Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. The show is about to begin. Please make sure you're on mute. And please welcome to the Zoom room, Paul Cruz and Mac Ziegfeld.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the opening day of the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. This is our first day, our launch date, and everything today is free. So for those of you joining us, everything you see today will be free. It's a preview of what's to come in the following week. We got some great stuff for you. We have some theme shows. We have some celebrity awards to give out. We have streaming films for you to watch.
200 films to watch.
What's that, Mike?
200 films. You never have to leave your house again.
That is true. We have streaming films. We have Q&A panels. There's a really cool Saturday Night Live Q&A panel coming. So you guys should check out everything you possibly can. And if you happen to miss anything, including today, if you buy the VIP pass, you can always go back and watch everything at your leisure anytime you want later on. But yeah, we got.
With the VIP pass, how long can they stream? How long do they have access to all the content?
They have access to about to the end of the month. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So it's fantastic. But there's some great shows coming up today for a preview. What do we have? We have your show, Max and Minky, right?
Max and Minky's Classic Comedy Cavalcade, all Borscht Belt humor, really fun and funny, old school, burlesque, vaudeville. Every joke in that show was written by someone who was dead. But that we love very much. I knew a lot of them. I knew a lot of these Borscht Belt guys. I heard all these jokes firsthand at lunch, at breakfast, after they yelled at me, you know.
Yeah, and if you haven't heard them, which a lot of them I hadn't heard before, but they are actually really hilarious, and they really stand the test of time. They really live up to the comedy and humor that's prevalent today, right?
Yeah, but they're because they're real jokes.
Yeah, they're real jokes.
And they're more rare because I knew these guys. I didn't just pick the ones that everyone's heard. I've got ones that you heard.
Yeah. And if you don't see people in the Zoom room, it's because we're streaming live across the country, actually around the world. So people might be tuning on different platforms. Those of you might be in different countries will not be able to see people in the room, but you will be able to see the show from wherever you are in whatever country you're in, whatever state you're in, across the country, around the world. But yeah, other than Max and Minky, we have some other great things. Ryan Kelly is getting a start today, right?
Ryan Kelly, who is like rocketed to TikTok success a year ago. I was seeing this kid do open mics at Flappers, and now he has 2.5 million followers on TikTok.
Yeah, and that's why he's our Rising Star Award recipient.
Like, exploded. He doesn't even know how it happened. It's just crazy.
Yeah, he doesn't even know. Yeah, and so he'll be joining us later today. We also have the finalists from the inaugural year's Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. So there's a bunch of great comedians in there, especially, yeah, and that includes the guy who won, our winner, Ronaldo Evans, who has a 1-hour comedy special debuting later this year, and you'll be able to see a sneak preview of his comedy show, his stand-up special, at the end of the evening. But we have that, and that's hosted by Teddy Margus, who you might have most recently seen him in Netflix's AJ and the Queen with RuPaul, right? So he played the club owner in RuPaul's Netflix show AJ and the Queen. So he'll be hosting our Best of the Fest comedians. So we have that. We also have our actors panel, right? You want to tell them about the actors panel?
Yes, they're all texting me right now. You know, actors. We have a great panel of all actors who've done different kinds of comedy, interviewing about their careers, how they got started, ups and downs, how they're dealing with the pandemic, how they attacked their roles in comedy. We have Joseph Marcel, who was famous for Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and has
he played Jeffrey the butler on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Here now, and we have Nicole Tom from The Nanny. And
yes, who doesn't love The Nanny?
Right, and she was in Beethoven. Who doesn't love Beethoven?
Oh yeah, Beethoven. Who could forget Beethoven?
Dog, not the composer.
The dog movie, yeah. Who doesn't love dogs? Who doesn't love dogs? And then we also have Alana, yeah,
everything.
Alana Ubach, who's been in everything. Yeah, you probably might. A lot of people recognize her from Reese Witherspoon's friend in Sorority Friend, who's like a cheerleader in Legally Blonde. But oh my God, this girl is literally in everything. Meet the Fockers, yeah, yeah. HBO's Emmy-winning series Euphoria, right? I mean, she's the Girlfriend's Guide to Divorce on Bravo. I mean, she's in everything you could possibly imagine. She was also in Bombshell with Anne Ramsey, who's one of our returning judges this year.
Playing that evil newscaster. Janine Pirro, is that her name?
Yeah, I was gonna say we won't mention her name, but
oh wow.
She's in the actors panel as well, and it's going to be a great actors panel. I'm really excited to hear what they all have to say. And you guys
Riley Smith, who's currently on Nancy Drew.
Yeah, Riley Smith. Yeah, who's on Nancy Drew. He's a hot young star that's coming up in the ranks, and he's starring in Nancy Drew, so he should be joining us as well. And then we have later on today we have the family-friendly clean comedy show, which is Scott Wood, Mr. Punchline himself, is going to be hosting the Black, White, and Tan comedy show. And that's going to have some great comics on it, you guys. Mark Christopher Lawrence, I mean, you've seen him everywhere, as well as Mike Kano and Sean Williams. So that's going to be an exciting show at 5 o'clock. Then why don't you tell them about the Zoom visual comedy show?
Oh, yeah, we have a special show, a special presentation, because, you know, stand-up comedy in a club is very different than doing it on Zoom.
You don't say.
Right? You're usually sitting down, and you don't even have to wear pants.
Yeah. You don't have to wear pants. Yeah.
We should have a raffle. If everyone can put in whether they think I'm wearing pants or not right now. We'll see.
Is true.
How many jelly beans are not fitting in my pants?
But the cool thing I like about the Zoom visual comedy show is that a lot of people haven't seen this. And I know a lot of people who are watching around the world right now on different platforms who may not be in our Zoom room have probably definitely not seen this, but it is occurring here and there in the US. And but very, very moderate.
They film and make it its own art form. They add visuals. So they're telling jokes, but sometimes the punchline comes up on the screen rather than just saying it.
Yeah, it comes up in a visual photo, or I kind of compare it to SNL's Weekend Update a little. Like, it's, you know, they'll tell jokes and then they'll show like a funny caption or video or clip or something like that. It's similar to that. And it's really cool because a lot of people are used to seeing stand-up on Zoom where people are just doing jokes, right? But this is a visual comedy show, so you won't want to miss that. That'll be really cool to check out. I know I'm excited to see it. Every time I see it, I love what I see. So
it's really different. And Avi Naiman, who's one of the comics, is teaching a class on how to do it at the end of the week.
Yeah. The workshop is cool. Like, if you're a comedian or you even just want to be a comedian and try and check it out, the workshop is really affordable. It's only $10, and Avi's teaching it, and he's a master at it, and you guys will definitely learn a lot. And
I found him because I took the class. I learned more in this 1 hour class than I did in like a 6-week production class.
Wow, yeah. And also,
how you do this on Zoom with limited resources, this is how you can make it happen. Yeah,
and also online comedy shows are not going away. I mean, we really don't know how long this pandemic is going to last. And by the way, you guys, a lot of you out there who have bought tickets or are thinking about buying tickets, part of the proceeds will go to helping a variety of pandemic relief charities. So that's a cool thing. We also have a store full of really great merchandise that you should check out. A lot of that partial proceeds are also going to the pandemic related charities. But getting back to the visual comedy show, comedy shows online are not going to go away, and we don't really know how long this pandemic's going to last, but we're going to bring you more comedy, as well as a lot of other people who are bringing you comedy around the world through Zoom, through online platform. And the cool thing about visual online comedy and what we're showing you today is, like, this is going to open up a lot of new ways to get your point across with jokes, and like just bring comedy to a whole nother level with the visual comedy that you'll see today. And I think it's cool, and we'll definitely be seeing a lot more of it. So you guys should check that out, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's quarantine. I thought it was gonna be a month. When this quarantine started, I had hair.
When the quarantine started, you had hair?
Yeah.
And now,
By the time it ends, I may not have a head.
Well, anything is possible, right? Like Judy Tenuta says, who is getting our Lifetime Achievement Award.
It could happen.
Exactly, it could happen. So who are you most like? Oh, I see you're drinking out of our mug. Do you want to show them their mug?
Ta-da.
Yeah. I got that mug, and I got the comedy whore mug. I don't know if you guys. I'll show you guys later. The comedy whore mug is classic. Yeah, but
Like a comedy whore Palm Springs pillowcases.
you got. Oh right. Funny.
It was laughable.
Yeah. I should have worn my mask. I got a comedy horror mask, so Palm Springs International Comedy Festival comedy horror mask. So if you guys are looking for masks to protect yourself, and by all means, you should all be wearing masks whenever you go out or around other people who you're not familiar with and you don't know what's going on with them. You should wear a mask. We got some great comedy Palm Springs Comedy Festival masks. But who are you? I was going to ask you, who are you? What else are you?
Size, though. Make sure you check the size, because I accidentally ordered the youth mask.
Oh, did you?
It does not fit on my face. I'm putting it in my stripper act.
You should have known. We can exchange, and you guys, if you get something and it doesn't fit, you have 30 days to exchange it. But who else are you looking forward to seeing this week, Max?
Oh my God. Well, I mean, I'm in the gay and lesbian showcase on the 13th, which is, I'm not so excited to see me. I'm excited to be with the people I'm with. I've got the most amazing surrounding me, these gay comics that are all like icons.
Oh my God. Yeah. You guys, even if you're not
in.
Yeah. I mean, it is an LGBTQ show, but it's for everybody. And it's amazing. And I know, I mean, if for those of you who know who Lady Bunny is a legend, right? A legend, a very well-known drag legend. And she's got a really special piece that she is giving us. It's amazing, you guys. You need to check it out. She's not going to be doing stand-up comedy. She's going to be sharing with us an exclusive bit of her upcoming show that she produced. And it's spectacular, you guys. You will not want to miss it. It's so funny. And then we also have some other great comedians in there. Ian Harvey, who has a special out. You've seen him in ABC's Mistresses and a bunch of other shows. Transparent on Amazon. I mean, Roz Dresvelez, who is hilarious. Roz performed with us here at the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival Comedy Club in Palm Springs, as well as with you. And I see Max Mitchell is on. He also performed there. Hi, Max. And he's been with us a couple of times, and he's also going to be doing some hosting with us in this week-long event. But Roz is performing, hilarious. Roz is in a bunch of stuff. You probably, if you see that prep commercial running constantly, Roz is in there. She's the drag queen that's in there. Yeah. Yeah. Who else do we have?
Alec Mappa from Ugly Betty.
Oh yeah, Alec Mappa from Ugly Betty. Alec Mappa's been in everything. Desperate Housewives, right? Ugly Betty. I think he's even been in Devious Maids and a couple of other Mark Cherry shows. But
my future ex-husband, Alex Noe. Wait, no. I not heard of his name. He really isn't be my ex-husband.
Now he's divorcing you now. Too bad.
Zach Noe Towers.
Yeah, Zach is hilarious, you guys. Zach performed for us here in Palm Springs at the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival Comedy Club here, and he killed it. I was on the floor. This guy is so funny.
He was on the floor and he hasn't even told jokes yet. He just
he is hilarious. You guys have to see him.
Zach Noe into a Zach Yessie. That's all I do.
Yeah, no, he's hilarious. And Selene Luna, of course, is our host. You know her from the Academy Award winning, Golden Globe winning film, Disney film with Pixar, Coco. But she's also opened for Margaret Cho for many years and performed with Ian Harvey and Margaret Cho, and was in the Cho Show and a bunch of other things, My Bloody Valentine 3D and a bunch of other things. But we have an amazing, I feel like we're leaving a bunch of people out. There's so many cool people in this show. You guys, you have to check it out. It's
Murray Hill.
Oh, Murray Hill, yes. A New York icon. Like, you definitely have to check out Murray. He's fantastic. So, again, so many great people, you guys. Please go to the website, check the roster. You'll want to see who is in this show. But again, I mean, I'm looking forward to having Randy Rainbow join us tomorrow at 7:30 Pacific time. He's going to be getting the Pioneer in Comedy Award. And last year it went to Ileana Douglas for her groundbreaking web series, Easy to Assemble, which was star-studded. And she was the first one to really do that and do it well and have a branded show, actually. IKEA was her brand sponsor. And it was an amazing series. And so, and that was so long ago, you guys. It was like way before people were even doing web series. It's crazy. But yeah, so Randy Rainbow will be joining us tomorrow. We got a bunch of other great.
Oh,
Bianca Del Rio, yeah.
She's an hysterical drag queen. I mean, funny.
Yeah, and Bianca recorded some funny message for us earlier. But yeah, Bianca Del Rio is going to be getting the Trailblazer in Comedy Award. Bianca sells out, venues all over the world, and she's just hilarious. And most people know Bianca from RuPaul's Drag Race as a season 6 winner, but she's become like her own famous brand in and of herself, aside from the Drag Race, franchise. But we got some great people. Yeah, like I said, Judy Tenuta is getting Lifetime Achievement, and Lunel. How can we forget Lunel? Lunel's going to be getting the Breakthrough in Comedy Award, and Lunel's been around for a while, you guys, a long time. And but I'm surprised we got her because she is so busy, you guys. She literally never stops working. And I don't know if we could say this, but I mean, she's going to be in the new Netflix series with Jamie Foxx, but she's also just announced she's going to be in the sequel to Borat with Sacha Baron Cohen. And you might remember her from the original blockbuster film Borat because she played the prostitute in that film, and she was hilarious. She played, she was in That's My Boy with Adam Sandler. You might remember her from that. She was recently in A Star Is Born with Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper, which was the second film she actually did with Bradley Cooper. The first one was All About Steve with Sandra Bullock. But this girl's been in everything. She was one of the original bad girls of comedy, and she was in Lopez, George Lopez's recent series. She was a recurring character on that. I mean, she's everywhere. She never stopped. She was even before the pandemic. She had two residencies in Las Vegas, Max. One at SLS and one at Jimmy Kimmel's Comedy Club. And I mean, who does that? Who has like 2 residencies back to back? Besides Britney Spears, like, I don't know. Yeah, we're lucky to have all these guys. But Lunel is going to be joining us. Yeah. And then we have some surprises coming up. We have a bunch of surprises coming up. We have yet to announce, but Lorraine Newman is going to be getting an award, a Comedy Hall of Fame award. Lorraine Newman from the original Saturday Night Live. You might remember her also from the Coneheads movie with Dan Aykroyd and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, she's got almost 300 credits on IMDb. She does voiceover. She does, film. She does TV shows. She's also, if you guys are pass holders, you might want to check her out in one of our films that she's in. One of our films, Loop Group, which also has Wendy Malick from Hot in Cleveland, right? Wendy Malick. And then also Ed Begley Jr. is in that. And Ed Begley was here with us last year when we were live, when we could be live in person. Ed Begley was here. He got an award because he was in the ensemble film Paramount's Book Club with Jane Fonda, which Bill Holderman directed. And Bill Holderman and Aaron Sims and the whole cast got an award for the Stanley Kramer Mad World Comedy Award. So Ed Begley's in that film with Lorraine Newman. Lorraine Newman's going to be getting an award for the Comedy Hall of Fame, and we're so excited because she'll also, on top, she's all over the festival. So she's getting an award. She's in Loop Group, the film, and she's also going to be in the Saturday Night Live panel that we're doing. So you guys won't want to miss that. That's going to be exciting. We have so many cool people in the Saturday Night Live panel. You guys, if you're familiar with the original cast, you're going to love all the stories they have to tell. It's going to be amazing. You definitely want to check that out. But there's so many cool things happening in the festival, right? I can't even name them all. Like, you just have to go check out the roster and see what you want to watch. And again, like I said, if you miss anything, you can always watch it later. If you have a VIP pass, you can always go back and watch it later, right?
And we have a big Stanley Kramer Award. That's rather important.
Yeah, the Stanley Kramer Award is on Sunday. And do you want to tell them who's getting that award?
It's Al Pacino's new movie, right?
No, Robert De Niro's new movie.
I always mix them up. I know.
A lot of people mix them up. I don't know why.
No, I'm mixing it up, and of course.
Yeah, but it's Robert De Niro. It's The Comeback Trail. It's George Gallo's film, The Comeback Trail. You might remember George Gallo from who did Midnight Express, also with De Niro. But you'll know that Robert De Niro's in this film. It has not yet been released. It's I've seen a copy of it. It's fantastic. It is so funny, you guys. Even the trailer, we might be showing the trailer throughout the festival, but even the trailer is hilarious. I saw the trailer and I was dying laughing just from the trailer alone. But it's Robert De Niro, Tommy Lee Jones, Morgan Freeman, Zach Braff, Emil Hirsch, and Eddie Griffin and Vincent Spano. I mean, it's a star-studded cast. It's funny because last year we honored Book Club, right, with Jane Fonda, and it was an all-female cast, like Diane Keaton and Candice Bergen and Mary Steenburgen and Jane Fonda. And this year it's like all boys. It was just weird. We didn't plan it. It just kind of happened that way. But it's a fantastic film. It's really, really funny. They're getting the Stanley Kramer Mad World Comedy Award on Sunday, the 18th. And that's named after Stanley Kramer and his famous comedy film, It's a Mad, 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 Mad World, which was largely filmed here in Palm Springs. So it's a tribute to Stanley and all the great films that he's done, but in particular, this film, which is the only comedy he directed, which I believe was #1 at the box office for like a year. Did you hear me talk about that? We talked about that in the interview. Remember with the Kramers that aired yesterday? Yeah, this movie is iconic. So many people like it. I was talking to Lunel the other day, who's our Breakthrough and Comedy Award winner, and she was saying, "Oh my God, I love that film. This is like one of my favorite films of all time." And so many people say that. And every time they have an anniversary for the film at Cinerama Dome in LA, which actually Cinerama Dome was built for this film, you guys. Every time they have an anniversary, stars galore turn out for this thing, and it's packed. The whole Cinerama Dome. I don't know if you've been in there, but it's huge. It's completely sold out, star-studded event. Every time they do an anniversary, and it's amazing. So the Stanley Kramer Mad World Comedy Award was named after It's a Mad, 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 Mad World, and that award will be going to The Comeback Trail and George Gallo and Robert De Niro and cast on Sunday.
I think we need to take a quick break to get the celebrities together for our panel.
Yeah, why don't we do that? All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining us today on Free Day, and we have so much in store for you. Enjoy the free day, no matter what platform you're on. If you're on Zoom, if you're on Facebook Live or YouTube Live or Instagram or whatever you're on, enjoy the show.
now?
Yeah, now we are not using
Are we on? Ooh, Comedy Horde.
Hi, everybody.
Hello. Whose is that? Oh, that's Phyllis's iPad. Phyllis looks like she lives where she's here.
I know she does.
Phyllis, are you in my room? Phyllis,
I mean,
get out from under my bed. This is weird. Oh yeah,
you have a long spot. Hold on.
Stop video, pin video, rename.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. You are going to be joined by some amazing guest celebrity actors for our celebrity actor panel, starting here momentarily. Stand by and we will start.
We're going to unmute. The host would like us to unmute. Edit. Schedule. Expand. Escape.
Are we all here?
I think we all.
Ow, Joseph. Oh, my God. Joseph, please.
Sorry.
Oh, that hurt.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, my God.
Riley Smith, you made it, Riley. You look fabulous. Say hello, Riley.
Hi, how's everyone? Hi, Nicole.
Hi,
Riley
Good
Smith,
to see
aren't
your
you?
face.
Cipher.
He's sexy as
Woo.
hell or what?
Yeah, I mean,
Do you know
just-
Riley Smith well?
I do actually. I've known Riley for years.
I've known
Like-
Riley since he was about 17.
Yeah,
I'm still
Riley!
17.
You're
You
still
play
17.
How old do you play on Nancy Drew?
Man, I play a what do I play? 35, but I'm playing a 21-year-old's dad, which just blows my mind. It's not possible.
Wow.
Wow. You're playing a real dad. You're playing a real dad, which really blows my mind.
Like
Yeah.
young
You're a
dad.
beautiful baby, right?
Yeah, I am a real dad now.
Teenage
That's right.
pregnancy dad. That's what you are, kiddo.
I know. That's what I'm all about.
What is that, Nancy Drew?
Back there, yeah.
Oh, that's
Okay.
that's the show where you play the dad.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Nancy Drew. Yeah, I'm sporting the poster behind me.
That's an awesome poster.
Now,
Also with us, we have Alana Ubach.
hi.
Alana, who's done,
Hi.
oh my gosh, so many movies you've seen, and you've heard her voice in Coco. She was in Legally Blonde. She was in Bombshell. What haven't you been in?
I say yes to a lot of things. I like to work. I'm a working girl. I like being around a lot of new, young, fresh faces.
Amen.
And that's and I'm glad to be here. I've known Michael since I was 10. Michael spotted me. Max Ziegfeld spotted me at the Lee Strasberg Theater Institute when I was 10 years old, and I'll never forget. Yes.
We
We-
met that.
He technically discovered me with Margaret.
Actually,
Yeah.
I would have been. Well, I'm a little bit sorry, Lana.
Who else was in that class, Alana?
Angelina Jolie, who was Angie Voight at the time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes. And then we had Nona Gay, Marvin Gaye's daughter. And then we had Antonia Bennett, who is
Oh yeah,
Bennett's
Tony Bennett's
daughter, Antonia. And
I didn't even know that. Wow.
yeah.
So
Sophia
so
Loren's
Alana,
kids,
who's your
Eduardo
dad?
and Carlo, yeah.
Huh?
Pardon?
Who's your mom or dad then?
Oh, my mom and dad? Rudy and Sidna, they owned a lithography shop in downtown.
Wait,
Yeah, no
Alana,
nepotism here, boy.
Alana, you're a new mommy too.
I am a new mommy. He's
Congrats.
downstairs asleep. Tomasito, Rodolfo Russo.
Yeah.
And he's 3 years old and he's just starting to pee in the toilet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, very excited. Very
He's
excited.
he's not pooping yet, or in the
I
toilet.
turned 50 and I just stopped. So, and we have Nicole Tom,
Hi.
Yay.
from Beethoven, from Laura Keitlinger's show, from Alana's bedroom.
What'd you say, Michael?
I said, calling from Alana's bedroom, it looks like.
That's
Oh, yes.
right. And we're about to get under the sheets and get crazy.
Woo!
Yes!
Oh,
And Joseph's
my
going to
goodness.
join us.
And we have Joseph Marcel calling all the way from London, across the pond, at midnight.
Yes.
Oh wow, really?
Trying to stay awake.
Somebody's calling.
Yeah, Joseph is, was in the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and they're having a reunion special on HBO Max in November. He is currently doing Macbeth at Shakespeare's Old Globe in London in an open air theater, and they're filming it. He's in Ratchet. He's coming out Ratchet, and this really interesting movie, The Boy Who Ran with the Wind, which looks fascinating.
The boy who harnessed the wind.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, ran with it is good enough, but people,
Yeah, right. The Boy Who Ran with the Wind.
I like harness. Oh, that's good.
Oh.
So here I am.
How are we all doing in the pandemic?
Oh my God.
You guys
I don't have my mask with me, but yeah, it's around somewhere.
Yeah.
Joseph actually isn't in London. As a matter of fact, he is with me. He's in the other room. We've been quarantined for the past 8 months. We are now.
I should be so lucky. I should be so lucky.
I should be so lucky, my friend. Everyone has to check out Ratchet because his performance, Joseph's performance, is unbelievable. He goes in 17 different directions at one time. He plays a patient who's been admitted to this mental hospital. And it's one of the best performances I've ever seen. And I kept rewinding it. I was telling him and rewinding it. And then I'd eat a gummy, and then I'd rewind it, and then I'd take a shower, and then I'd touch myself. Joseph, you're wonderful. I love you.
Thank you.
I gotta watch it.
I think you're wonderful too, and thanks you. Thanks for telling the world.
Oh my God, you're so good, so good. Run and watch Ratchet.
Let's start at the beginning. How did you guys all get started in acting? What was the thing that got you all started? Who wants to go first? Riley, you want to go first?
Sure. It was the late 90s, and the way to get out of a farm town in Iowa was to be discovered by someone. That was like the only way you could do it back then. And this lady came up to me at a mall when I was picking up my tuxedo for prom. And she was a model scout, and she had discovered like Elijah Wood and a lot of people from my hometown. And so she ended up that day putting me and Ashton Kutcher on a plane together to New York.
Wow.
And which was so random. And we signed with agents for modeling, actually. I mean, that was like our backdoor way in. And Michael, I set you up with a joke there. I said backdoor, that's where you take over.
I was trying to behave myself.
Okay. And anyway, through the modeling, I got into the acting, and then shortly after that, I met Michael Einfeld and another gentleman named Craig Wargo, who became my agent, my first agent and manager.
Yeah.
And they started. They had to represent me, which at that time I didn't know what I was doing. But you did a good job.
We figured it out. And your first big job was a sitcom, right? Yes.
It was, yeah. And I'll never forget, you guys were doing the deal, and Craig, my manager, was trying to close the deal, and Michael, who their offices were next door to each other, Michael ran around to Craig's office and tackled him, and they started fighting, and Michael's like, "You're not gonna fucking close this deal. I'm getting more money." And he's like you see
Give me
two
2
queens
hours.
on the floor just swinging at each other. And you did. You got me more money.
Michael, that's amazing.
Michael's one of the best negotiators in town. He really is.
Riley, we have a person in common. There is, and I'm crazy with names because I've had a lot of tenants. I'm a big slumlord when I am not working.
Right.
And one of the girls who works on, I believe, Nancy Drew, she is I think she's half German, half Korean, I believe.
Leah.
That's her. Yeah.
Leah Lewis. Yeah.
She's my tenant.
You're kidding me. Oh,
she has a boyfriend who's on the Fosters sort of reboot.
That's what my sister
Salvadorian, I believe.
Good Trouble. Good Trouble.
Yes. Yes.
I have no idea.
They're directing Good Trouble.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, good. They're back. They're working again. That's good because then they won't bounce. They won't. I won't
Bounce
get
a
any
check.
bounce
Yeah.
checks. Checks in the mail. That's very exciting and promising to me. Let's hear it for Nancy Drew. If you
Small
work,
world.
I work.
If you work,
If you work, I work. If you work, I eat.
Maybe we put it on a
How is it different working in the pandemic than before? Because you're the only one shooting, I think.
Yeah, so it's a little different, and I joke that I actually, now that I've been doing this a long time, I'm kind of like the old codger guy who just wants to go to set, work, and get out of there. I don't want to hang out. I don't want to talk. I don't need to mingle. So the new rules for the pandemic are actually great for me, because it's like get you in and get you out. And in between takes, you need to go to a certified area that is just for you, or you have to go to your trailer, and you don't have as many people touching you and standing around. And as all you actors know, before you shoot, everyone's got something to do, and it's all on your body. There's 14 people touching you and doing things, and I can't stand that. I just like to be in my moment. Yeah. Okay. And
if you enjoy it, you're lying. You're lying.
You when I'm not acting.
Right. So yeah, when I'm not getting paid, I'd love it if 4 people were touching me. But while I'm trying to focus, so this is great. The new rules are nice because there's not as many people on set, so you don't have as many people around. I equate it to, it's just like doing a low budget show now. Like it's just a skeleton of a crew.
Yeah, it's USC filmmaking all over again, right, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. I'm good with it. We're getting the same stuff shot, and it's all gonna look great. So yeah, otherwise obviously it feels different, but you feel like, I think I can speak for anyone that's been working during this time, like you just feel grateful to be working.
Yeah.
So Joseph, how did you get started? Where did you get the bug? How did it all happen?
Well, yeah, my love affair with America, the United States, actually started with this. Back in the 70s and back in the 60s and 70s, there was an event called the World Theater Season, where all the theater companies around the world, well, most theaters around the world, would come to London for a 2-week theater festival, like the Edinburgh Festival. But this was slightly posher because it was run by the Royal Shakespeare Company. And the American Negro Theater, as they were known then, came to London and presented something called Black New World. And I happened to see that. And they returned again, and they were the Negro Ensemble then. And I thought, well, yes, I think this is what I want to do for the rest of my life.
Wow.
I was training to be an electrical engineer at the time, and it was the most, left field that anybody could have. So I went to drama school, and I learned to be an actor. And my second job was joining the Royal Shakespeare Company. We were in 1972, Stratford-upon-Avon. We came to London, and in 1974, we had a show called Sherlock Holmes with the late John Wood playing Sherlock Holmes. We came to the USA, the JFK Center for 6 weeks, and we were on Broadway for 5 months. And that was my first visit to the United States.
Wow.
And I have been in love with you guys ever since.
That's fantastic. What was your favorite class in drama school?
My favorite class? Was really my favorite class was text. I enjoyed the uncovering and the discovery of the text. The way an actor the way an actor dealt with his first impression of a character. Mm-hmm. Because that's where when it happens, you read it and you go, that's how I see it, and how you somehow through the rehearsal period become that first impression. Mm-hmm. And I love those things. I mean, the whole Michael Chekhov of who am I, why am I here, what do I hope to achieve, how far will I go to achieve it, what am I willing to sacrifice. Those were my favorite classes, yes.
All right, so the least favorite class, the class you really didn't like.
Makeup.
Fair enough. All right, everybody. So, Nicole, do you want to talk about how you got started?
Sure.
We have a story.
Well, yeah.
Come here.
Sit here.
Oh,
no, Alana, where are you going?
I have to go pee.
You just go pee.
Nature calls.
Security blanket. I was 10 when my family came down to Los Angeles. First, my brother and my sister. My mom used to work with Michael at the Lola Holloway agency.
Lola Hollowell.
Hollowell.
Yeah.
In Seattle, Washington, and Michael would come down for pilot season every single year, and he decided to bring my family, my mom, my sister, my brother, and I was kind of an awkward kid, sort of. Everybody thought I was like sort of shy, so I wasn't brought down for pilot season many times. But am I getting, Michael? You're so serious looking.
No, I'm not serious.
And so anyways, finally my family came back and got me. I have some abandonment issues from that. And so they brought my brother and my sister down first, and then they came and got me.
Older, they're a little older, but go ahead. You came
I'm a twin.
But you were the
He's
first.
same age as me. What are you talking about? I'm just no, I just got angry. No, I was just kidding.
Lo and behold, Nicole got the biggest job of all of them.
Well, I got into acting class for 3 years, and finally somebody believed in me and sent me on an audition. And I lived with Michael I slept on a chair for 6 months. When we first moved down to California, I slept on a chair because I liked sleeping in a chair. It was, a studio apartment with, I think, six people and a cat.
What about the Oakwoods? Why wouldn't you stay at the Oakwoods?
We stayed in the Oakwoods after.
When they first came down here, we had to save money. I said, I want you to come down. You can stay with me.
Okay. Oh no, this was before.
This was before none of them had a job yet.
Yeah.
The cat never got a job, but I kept her anyways.
Huh?
The cat's the only one that didn't book a job.
Who?
Twinkle, the cat. It was a joke.
Oh, Twinkle Toes. We called her Tinkle Toes because she peed on everything. It was disgusting.
Okay, so you and Michael have known each other forever and ever and ever and ever.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry,
now,
Michael.
you're actually working now. You're doing Shakespeare outside.
No, we're recording it. We're filming it for Shakespeare's Globes platform, on which will be on the internet. So we start filming today, Monday.
But it's an open air theater, so it's a little safer.
Yes, we're filming it in the theater.
Oh, okay.
Wow, that's
with all the the stipulations that Riley mentioned. We don't talk, we don't touch, we don't kiss, etc.
But you will be in leotards and tights, Joseph?
Ironclad, but yes.
So you don't talk.
No talking.
You don't talk. You don't touch. You don't kiss. Sounds like a marriage.
Wonderful, yes. 20 years together, yeah, and it should be out on the Shakespeare's Globe platform, I would say, at the beginning of November. So we shall.
Michael,
Joseph.
how do we see if there's anybody joining this live stream?
They're watching.
Sorry to cut you off.
YouTube and Facebook and.
What?
They're watching through Facebook and YouTube Live.
Oh, well, how do we see if anybody has a question?
You're asking if you can actually interact with
Anyone
the
who
people
is
that are
in
watching.
the room, anyone who's in the Zoom room can ask a question. You're all free to ask a question.
Well, I just want to make a statement, Joseph. I didn't know you were going to be on this, and I grew up with you on Fresh Prince, and so I'm tripping out right now. I love this.
That was
so
my
much.
first show.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
Fresh
you know,
Prince.
but
That was
what
my
I
very
what I
first TV show.
what I want to say
Yeah.
is it's actually so gratifying to hear that you're a trained theater actor and you love acting, because I know you from a sitcom, but this is what is amazing to me, because I did a Disney movie, as Michael knows, when I first started, and it was like a big Disney movie for kids, and to this day, out of everything I've done, and I've done good things other than what I'm on now, and but people always come up to me for that one Disney movie. I'll never get away from that, and that's okay. But I know what it must be like for everyone to always say, "Oh, Fresh Prince." But I'm so grateful to hear that you love acting, and this is awesome for me. Anyway, thank you.
Well, thank you. I mean, I certainly have a. I'm not snooty about the Fresh Prince, because what the Fresh Prince did for me was give all the work that I do and I have done a certain credibility. That it made me appear perhaps more versatile than I am. But
how did you get
That's a very humble comment.
Joseph, I can't believe that I didn't realize that you were on the Fresh Prince. Of course, yes. Now I'm totally like, yeah. But Alfonso, okay, I have a couple stories, because the nanny was kind of like, what?
You lived across from Alfonso, right?
I lived right across the street from Alfonso
Really?
for years, like 10 years. He was my neighbor. And the nanny was sort of like the Jewish version of the Fresh Prince.
Sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. Absolutely.
My very first sitcom was on the Fresh Prince. I grabbed Belle Biv DeVoe's leg. And the director, Lee Shallett, he actually directed me on Fresh Prince, and then the nanny, she directed the pilot of the nanny amongst many other episodes.
That's wild. What a small, crazy.
I mean, I would say 3 degrees of separation.
Yeah, I know.
2, 1. I mean, come on.
So Joseph, do you want to talk about how you actually got the role on Fresh Prince?
Oh,
yeah, I want to hear it.
It's interesting. I mean, with all these things, I mean, some stories are legendary and some aren't. But the story I was told by the people who make the decisions was this: that I was touring with the Royal Shakespeare Company in 1987 or 88. Yeah, 87, 88. And we were touring with a Shakespeare play called Measure for Measure. And we were at UCLA for 2 weeks. And when the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air casting came up, somebody said, I think I know the guy you should get to play the butler. And they said, well, whom? And they said, well, it was a guy I saw with the Royal Shakespeare Company at UCLA in 1987, 88. And this was 1990. So why don't you get him? And of course, the gods do what the gods do.
Wow.
I'm in London, 8,000 miles away. Somehow they found me. They sent me a tape. And at that time, I was doing an August Wilson play called Joe Turner's Come and Gone. So they were looking for a non-white actor in Britain with a British accent who was working in a play with an American accent. And so I had to put this on. So I put this thing on tape. We sent it across. I think it took a day and a half, because at that time everything went by TWA or something.
Right.
So this solid, huge tape thing. And so they got it, and they said, well, we'd like him to do it like this, like this, like this, and like this. And can he get it back to us the next day? Of course, that was not possible. the next 2 days. So they sent it, and I did it, and I sent it back. And so they got it on Thursday, let us say, and they said, we'd like to see him on Monday next week. And my agent said, well, yes, you can, but unfortunately, you'll have to come to him because he has another week in the play in London, and he has to stay to the end of the contract. He cannot leave.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, of course, like my big break is looking like
Oh no!
it's going south. And as luck would have it, they said, okay, we will wait. He finishes on the Saturday night. He gets on a plane on Sunday morning, and we will see him on Monday. So I finished that week, got on the plane, arrived in Los Angeles, went to the Sheraton. As soon as I walked into my room, the phone was ringing all over the place. Everybody knew who I was, and I knew nobody. So eventually they came and got me the next day, took me to NBC Burbank, where I met Will Smith, that is, and Quincy Jones, and all the other people, the late Brandon Tartikoff, and all those people. They said, okay, we'd like you to meet the network later on. So I went downstairs, had a cigarette, and there I met the great James Avery. And we were firm friends from that moment. They came to get me, took me across the car park into the main building to meet the network. And I was in a room, I would say 12 by 10. And I had never seen so many people crammed into a room.
Oh my!
And
Yeah.
we came to this thing, and I have to say this for Will. I mean, he did notice I was nervous, and I dare say he was nervous himself. But we found a way, a rapport, and we did this thing. And of course, they fell about. They loved it, and that whole thing. And that was it. Nobody said anything. They said, you go downstairs, have a cup of coffee. We'll talk to you later. I did that, and I sat there for, I would say, 3 hours. I think I may have had a pack of cigarettes by then. And nothing, nobody said a word. And then as I noticed some people coming down the stairs and people coming out of the elevator, and people were going,
That's fantastic.
and eventually, the casting director, Sally Steiner, came and said, we start work tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And that was
Wow.
That's awesome.
it.
What a turnaround, man. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
And then you lived in LA for how long? I mean, you were there forever then, right?
I lived in LA until 2000.
Wow.
And I mean, I continue. I do kind of 12 weeks in Britain, 12 weeks in the US, and I continue to crisscross it. I was there in September for the reunion filming and stuff. Yeah, so yeah, and I love LA. I love LA actors. My son is an actor, and he's trying to make a living, and he's trying to practice his art, and why not? Yeah, I love it.
Fabulous. Are you still close with Will?
Well, I suppose I was last month. We spent some time together, but yes, I mean, we're all close. We live in. Some people live in New York. Some people live in West Virginia. I live in London, and a couple of people live in Los Angeles. But we do get together. I would say every 2 years or so, we'd have lunch or something at somewhere on Pacific Coast somewhere. Yeah.
Who lives in West Virginia?
Should I say? Well, yes, Ms. Daphne Maxwell Reed. Yes.
Okay.
Very cool. All right. We have a question from Australia. They'd love to know what everyone's favorite project was that they worked on, or what was their best set experience so far, and what made it great.
What was their best what?
What was everyone's favorite project they worked on? What was their best set experience, and what made it great?
Oh my.
Oh, I thought he said sex dream.
So did I. So did I.
Yeah, no,
Right.
set
And
experience.
why?
Well, okay, I had a lot of those.
It is.
A lot of those.
Wow, this is.
It depends on who's popular that decade.
Lisa was such an honest.
It was Steve Perry.
Oh,
It was Steve Perry back in the 80s, and then it was in the 90s. It went on to.
I've had some really weird ones lately.
Are we talking about set experiences or sex experiences?
Oh, set experiences.
Oh, not sex experience. Set experiences. Okay.
I
One
can't think
of the
of
best
one.
ones.
I can't think of anything.
What this was fun, and it was very odd to play a guest star on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, playing the crack whore to Danny DeVito.
Oh wow!
Danny DeVito's character, and ironically, he and I were in Renaissance Man together years ago when I was 16 years old, and I played his daughter. So cut to 20 years later, and I'm playing his crack whore fiance, and I had the most magnificent time with him. And he is such a good kisser, you guys. He practices on watermelons or something, but he's got a twinkle in his eye. He's super hot.
And a Twinkie in his hand.
What?
Okay, listen.
I don't even. I thought a Twinkie, Nicole.
I don't know what that means.
Well,
But it was
you have a
detailed.
Twinkie. Huh?
No, but he was very sweet, and he did remember me. And I said, Danny, do you realize that I played your daughter in Renaissance Man? He was, oh my God, that's amazing. We got to do that kissing scene one more time. I said, okay. You sick little dude. No, we had a great time, and that was I have never, I thought it was so much fun and so wacky and weird, and the weirder the character, the better for me.
Yeah.
So that was just a lot of fun because they're just consummate pros, and they're like a modern Three Stooges.
Constipated pros.
Yeah, and so that was that's to me what was really exciting working on that. Yeah.
That's awesome. You don't have a favorite job, Nicole, or a favorite set experience? You hated them all?
Well, one of my favorite jobs was the Minor Accomplishments of Jackie Woodman. I had so much fun on that. Just a blast. Everybody, I loved working with everybody. It was like a party every day.
Wow.
Yeah, and I love my character.
Laura Keitling.
I always like it when I travel for work, to see new places. And one time I went up to Mammoth, and I had a great time up there.
Yeah.
Riley, what's your favorite set experience?
You have so many for so many different reasons. Some are more fun, some are more of a learning experience, and I guess I did the show Nashville. It was a country music show that was set in
Where
Nashville.
is that? Is that shot in Nashville, kid?
It is, yeah.
Cool.
And
Cool.
I grew up on a horse ranch, and I loved country music, and that was what I first knew and loved. And I played music for fun, and so obviously that was part of the getting the job. Actually, this is no, I shouldn't tell the story. This is public. I won't tell the story. But I'm gonna tell a story. And
Come on.
No, but I loved. For me, I was an amateur musician, but I was playing the biggest rock star in the world, and so the songs were big, and the crowds were big, and my very first episode, Grand Ole Opry, with a duet with Connie Britton, who's the lead. And so that was like getting thrown in the deep end very quickly. And the way it works down there, you fly in, like I flew in, and then I lived down there for the remainder of the year. But the minute I landed, you go straight to a recording studio and cut the song for the episode. Then you have to go to a choreograph for the performance. And then you have to go, get some sleep, and then you work on the show. And then I was trying to write my own music and take the connections that I had made from the show, because everybody down there wants to write with you if you're on the show. And I thought this is a great way to write with really great writers. And it opened so many doors personally. So I was like burning the candle on both ends, but that's what I loved, like being able to do music and acting together. I didn't know that was possible at that level.
Do you play the guitar and sing? Is that what you do?
Yeah, that's my stick. Yeah.
Right on, man.
Yeah.
Super cool.
But yeah, so that was a really amazing experience. But as you guys all know, there's so many for different reasons. And when I was really little, in my 20s, I booked radio. I think Michael, we were still working together around that time, and that was opposite. I was in my early 20s, and it was opposite Ed Harris, who was an Academy Award winner, and Alfre Woodard, and Deborah Winger, and so. Like, I remember I got to South Carolina where we were filming, and I did this director session with Ed Harris, and he's got to throw me up against a trophy case, and I'm a little punk kid who's spouting off to him. And
is he a good kisser?
He's a great kisser.
I knew,
but even tougher. Like I thought he was gonna kick the shit out of me. I almost pissed my pants the first rehearsal, and then that's, you know. You work with guys like that every day at that age, and you learn a lot fast. And so I like those experiences when you get thrown in the deep end and you're over your head, you're the worst one there, you're the least experienced. That's where you really shine. Whenever you're in a situation, and this is for anyone who's participating that is into the business, one of my best pieces of advice is if you're the best one there, or if you think you've got it all under control, this might be a shit show. You know,
right.
You want
sure.
to feel uncomfortable, and you want to feel outacted. You want to feel outperformed. You want to feel pushed. You want to feel uncomfortable, and you want to leave there wondering how it went, not thinking it went so great. And then that's when it's magic, I think.
That's when it gets
When
your
you're
heart
not sure.
beating.
I know.
Exciting. It's like,
I was an extra way long ago, back in the 80s, when I was first starting out with Deborah Winger, and I used to watch her, and because it was just amazing to watch her. She'd be joking around and then just fill up with emotion. It was like, and after she's like, "I'm gonna charge you for acting lessons, kid," because I was studying every minute. She was very
wow.
Yeah. Joseph, do you have a favorite set experience or favorite job or?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, you know, this is my 50th year in this crap game, and I do have many favorites, but I'll try to remember the ones that are closest to me. I had never been on a set or part of a company with so many famous and respected actors as I was with Ratchet. Beginning with the great Sarah Paulson, etc., etc.
Oh, she's unbelievable.
Love her.
The film directed by Chiwetel Ejiofor, The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind, being in Malawi in Africa, perhaps one of the poorest countries in Africa, but the warmth and the friendship, the wanting to be part of and please that the people of that nation gave us was just, is incomparable, just amazing. But the most wonderful of them all was the 7 of us on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That was pure magic, absolute magic.
It was really fun. I remember the dance circle, or before each show, you guys would have a circle and dance.
Oh my gosh, how fun.
I was so nervous when I was on that show for my dance, like when it came around to everybody, everybody had to do a little dance in the circle and stuff before the show. Yes. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I'm next. I have to do a dance. Oh gosh, what am I gonna do? And then finally it was my turn, and I was like, oh my god! Literally, it was like everybody just went quiet.
Oh
my god!
And then it's the next person. I was really embarrassed.
It was a live show, and that's how we bonded. That's the thing that brought us together, and we were all, we all had the same focus, the same purpose. Yeah. I mean, it was great, wasn't it? Very nervous making.
I wanted to ask you, Joseph. Are you a part of the new Fresh Prince? Aren't they doing a drama version of
the reboot? No, I don't. I'm not sure about it. I don't think so yet. But I'm sure we'll be guest stars or something.
Oh, yeah.
But no, we're not part of that yet.
Yeah. I
Well, we
can't
have-
wait to
Yes,
Write in and
Yeah.
tell them.
that
Demand.
is the magical answer.
we
You
have
will
a,
be.
we have
you
a
will be.
question from
Trust
the
me.
internet. What do you hope? What hope do you have for the future of the entertainment industry after the pandemic?
Well, I think it's definitely grounds for much more content, because I think we've exhausted all of the content, which is so wild, on Netflix and Hulu and HBO Max and Disney Plus. We have exhausted everything, which is why people are so thirsty and so hungry for new content or a second season of their favorite shows. And I think it's going to be a lot more efficient on set, and a lot just cleaner and quicker and peppier and funnier. No, and and based on the political, the political temperature right now, I really think we are in for a lot of really interesting, outside of the box drama and comedy. People are dying to laugh, and they're dying to feel something, and I can't wait. I really do think this is going to be the beginning of a renaissance, if not already. But this really is going to be the beginning of a renaissance, especially for television, and for films, because there are so many platforms to actually put things on, and
But also,
everyone has an amazing opinion. We have really
live.
grown from this, I think.
Yeah,
go
I'm so
ahead, baby.
sorry to cut you off. I'm
That's
sorry
okay.
to cut you off.
Okay,
I shouldn't
it's
have cut you.
okay.
Yeah,
I'm just going to take
my
my back while
apologies.
you're talking.
Well, I didn't really have anything to say.
No, you didn't. You didn't. And that's okay. Do you want some wine? Look.
No,
Oh,
I was going to say that I'm just going to be able to give a what? Huh?
I was
Joseph.
going to say, I think we need to remember that the world as it is now, without the contribution of artists, be you a filmmaker, be you a classical composer, be you a pop star, be you an actor, be you an whatever, we have kept the world going. We have, when people are sitting around in their gardens and the plants aren't growing, and they come in the evenings, and it is us that entertain them, us that give them a different perspective, and that give them hope and optimism. And I think that the contribution made by the rogues and vagabonds, which is what we are considered to be, ought to be, the president and the prime minister ought to stand up and say, thank you to these people. Thank you for your work, for the songs that you've written, for the plays that you've acted in, the television shows, the films, and help us to pick it up again and make it even more special than it was before the pandemic.
Yes,
Well,
people
it's
need a
just-
defibrillator to the soul.
It's kind of like we're able to reach so many people all over the world now. Like, so live theater is being done through your computer. Like, people who would never be able to make it to New York and see a performance or can do that now, like through their, I just feel like there's going to be there's so many different outlets
Well,
now.
what
Maybe more
now at the moment, I mean, the theater Shakespeare's Globe are presenting the plays on a platform now, which are live rehearsals, live performances. Although we can't kiss, we just have to smack elbows. But that's available. So we will continue regardless. We will continue, and God bless Shakespeare's Globe and NBC and ABC and Netflix and all of them.
we're going to have all the theaters closed down. With my theater closed down for a month, the government is going to have to step in and infuse some money, because artists are starving. They have nowhere to work. Theaters are closing down. There's going to have to be money to get things back going.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And but I with everyone having subscriptions, etc., to these things, we're going to be looking at a renaissance coming, theatrically speaking, television wise, film wise. It's very exciting to me. it's very exciting. There are a lot of possibilities out there to become or to continue to be the defibrillators of people's souls, and that's what we do.
I think when live theater comes back again and people can go, they're going to be so excited to be in a room sharing experience, actually with a human being, and they're going to want to laugh. No one's going to want to see plays about suicide. People are going to laugh, sing, dance.
We want Disneyland back.
One thing that like
Photo Awards the musical off Broadway in 2021.
Yes.
One thing that Diane Hardin, my first acting teacher, always said was that a good comedy comes from reality, right? Yeah, that's how you laugh. So like a good show has it all. It has laughter. It has maybe you might cry at a point. You might get a little scared. It has every emotion. Right. That's what a good show is.
Well, yeah. You're waking people up and you're shaking them up and saying this is a new perspective for you to examine and check out.
Yeah.
Cool.
Riley, how do you see the future of entertainment as the pandemic goes on and hopefully ends?
It's scary where everything's going now. I feel like all of a sudden I felt like I had a grasp for the business that I finally had figured out, and now it's changed so much. But I think that art will never die, and true theater and real music in a club or a concert, like those are, like you said, things that people are always going to yearn for. And so I do think that this put everybody on pause for a second and maybe gave people an opportunity to sit back, reflect, and try to create more. So it might be a harvesting period now, where we're going to get a lot of great things that come out of it. Whereas if people just kept moving, it kept going, they're not really being creative all the time. They're just continuing to work. But now a lot of these writers have had a chance to just stop, and I'm sure there's going to be way too many pandemic stories that we are going to get tired of. But the other thing,
I'm attached to like 5.
Yeah, you would be.
I'm writing one as we speak, but it's different.
She's in the middle.
Like nothing else. Not like any of them.
Well, guys, I think we have to wrap up. I'm getting messages that I need to shut the hell up. You guys have all this has been so much fun and so well. I feel like I was at a party in my living room. I do. I feel like I was at a party in my living room.
Was that 2 hours?
No, it was an hour.
Oh, I thought we were on for 2 hours.
It flew by. It was so nice to get to meet Joseph. Joseph and I have never met before. All these kids I knew. Is really a pleasure and a treat. And I stay tuned. Watch the rest of the festival. Tune in at 7 o'clock. I'm doing Borscht Belt jokes for 45 minutes.
Donna, take good care.
I'm gonna get my glasses.
Thank you all very much. God bless everyone.
Bye, Joseph. It was so good to see everybody. Riley, love you so much.
Good to see you. Love you, babe.
Good
to see you.
Bye.
Thank you all very much.
See you in November.
Yes, November.
Yes.
Are we off?
You guys are off.
Okay, 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2. Can anybody hear me?
What's up, Scott?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody else was in that breakout room.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, there you are. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah. You're muted. Your phone is your mic is muted.
Now I check 1, 2, 1, 2. Unmute. I don't see me. I see you. I see Yelena. I think that's Yelena.
What about Sean? Do you see Sean?
Sean, there you are, Sean.
Okay.
I see you. I hear you. Lovely brick wall.
Just built it this morning.
Pete. I'm telling you, you're incredible.
Ladies and
Immigrant.
gentlemen, welcome to the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. Next up on the lineup, we have the family-friendly, clean comedy show hosted by Scott Wood, Mark Christopher Lawrence, Mike Kano, and Sean Williams. Give it up for these guys.
Yes. Check 1, 2. How you guys doing?
Good.
Everyone's doing good. Well, good. Try to keep up that enthusiasm. Thanks to Paul Cruz, all the great staff, everyone at the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival for hosting this night of clean comedy, the Black White Tan comedy. Welcome to COVID comedy, where we aim to sneeze. I'll tell you that right now. It's nothing about, I'm telling you, everyone is wearing masks. It's never been a better time for ugly people. I'm going to be honest with you. Speaking of ugly, look at me. I look like the love child of John Elway and Gary Busey. Am I right? Hey. But it's so great to be doing this show, you know, because it's nuts out there. So we need the comedy festival to take our mind off of everything, all the civil unrest, all the craziness right now. A bunch of looters. Did you see this on the news? A bunch of looters broke into one of those Ross Dress for Less and they reorganized. I don't know if you guys saw that. It was horrible. I love this time of year. I love it. The looters are in full bloom. The smell of tear gas is in the air. How exciting for 2020. But anyway, hey, you guys are fun. I got some great comics on the show tonight. They're all great headliners. They have headlined all the comedy clubs. They perform for the troops. They've been all over the U.S. And I know you guys are going to love them. And thanks for, again, supporting the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. I love Palm Springs. I don't know if you guys have been. Palm Springs is like the gay 90s. You're either gay or in your 90s. But again, these are the jokes. Thanks, Paul. Paul's writing the check, and there aren't any. But I'm going to bring out this first gentleman. He travels all over. Again, he's performed for the troops. He headlines comedy clubs when they used to be open, when all of us had a career. I'm huge. Next week, I'm going to be doing a StreamYard in some Mexican guy's garage in Barstow. But until then, would you enjoy the very funny comedy of Mr. Sean Williams? Take it away, Sean.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Scott. God is glad to be here. My wife rescued a dog recently, and as soon as I saw this dog, I hate it. My wife brought home a white lab. I should explain. My wife is white, and we already have a black lab. So now we're a white and black couple with matching dogs. And my wife's like, oh, it'll be so cute. Let's take the dogs for a walk. So she grabs the black dog, and I got the white one. And I'm mad because we literally look like a checkerboard walking down the street. We finally get close to home, and I'm starting to feel good. And this guy stops his car in the middle of the street, rolls down his window and says, hey, y'all should just get a Dalmatian. Hate this dog, man. Interracial marriage is hard. Like, we've been married 20 years, and we're happy, but it's hard. Because sometimes I got to do some crazy white people stuff to keep my wife happy. Like, for my birthday, we went to Yucaipa, to an apple farm, and we actually paid $20 to pick freaking apples. Yeah, that's what I said. So we're there, and my wife's like, isn't this great? I'm like, no, it's not. She's like, these apples make great apple pies. I'm like, so does Coco's. Let's get the heck out of here. Telling you, it's hard. Like, I've even been on a hot air balloon ride. Messed up part about that, it was my idea. If I've been married to a black woman, there's no way we go on a hot air balloon ride. Because she would check me and remind me that black people don't do that type of stuff. I said, hey, baby, you want to go on a hot air balloon ride? She'd say, fool, are you crazy? I'd be like, you're right, that's a dumb idea. Thank you, Wanda. Like, that'd be the way the conversation would go. Not white wife. White wife's like, hey, I'll pack a lunch. So we drove down to San Diego, and we got in this giant Christmas basket. That's what it is. It's a big old Christmas basket. 15 feet off the ground, I realized I've made a terrible mistake. Because it's me and 7 white people. And I've seen this movie before. The black guy always dies first. So we get up in the air, and they're passing out champagne, cheese, and crackers, which is the kiss of death, right? Everybody's getting drunk. One of the ladies gets a little tipsy, and she asked the pilot, she said, so, Captain Bob, what made you get into flying hot air balloons? And this guy says, well, 3 weeks ago, when I was working at Applebee's, I'm like, oh my God, we're in a Craigslist balloon. I know the bottom hasn't been tested. At any time it could drop out. We all gonna die. I made myself a promise that if that happens, before we hit the ground, I'm gonna be naked. So that way, when the first responders show up, you know, the cops and fire department, they find 7 dead white people, an open bottle of champagne, and a naked black dude. That's a 48 hours mystery right there. If that was a Law and Order episode, it would be the season finale. Ice-T and Vincent standing there going, what the heck was going on up there? And why is the black guy naked? Now, if you've ever been in a hot air balloon ride, every landing is a crash landing. So we start to come down. Captain Appleby yells out, brace yourself. So the balloon hits the ground, turns to the side. One of the ladies fly out. And then we start going back up. And then this genius goes, okay, everybody, make yourselves heavy. And everybody looks at me like, oh, okay, that's your job. Telling you, it's hard. I'm a little tired today because my wife likes to go to these escape rooms. I don't know if you guys have been to them or not, but we were at one earlier today. Well, I guess you guys call it IKEA, but I hate that place. I'm sorry. Don't get me started. I don't care how good their meatballs are. That place sucks. That's just it. I can't wait for this pandemic to be over because just before it started, I started driving Uber, right? And I had some crazy rides. First guy to get in my car sat directly behind me. I wasn't scared because he had a man bun. I'm not scared of a guy with a man bun. But then we're driving, and this guy gets on the phone. He starts telling the other person that he has HIV. Now, some of you would trip out, but I didn't because I know you can't get AIDS from a guy riding in the back seat of your car. I wasn't scared at all because I read up on it. But then he also said he had hepatitis C. And that's when I got scared because I don't know anything about hepatitis C. So we're driving and my paranoia kicks in. And my paranoia is telling me, yo, make this guy move to the other side. He's nasty. And I'm arguing with myself. I'm like, no, I'm not going to disrespect this customer like that. And then my paranoia says, well, what if he leans forward and licks the back of your neck? Freaking out, man. The next guy to get in my car has a dog. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but if you call Uber and you have a dog, we have to take you. So this guy gets in my car with a German Shepherd named Lucky. I had to drive this guy 13 miles. At mile number 12, Lucky took a poop in my car. I know. I'm like, hey, man, your dog just crapped in my car. He looked right at me and said, that was already there. For a second, I actually thought to myself, oh no, that guy with hepatitis C took a crap in my car. Oh, telling you, life is hard, but I'm getting through this. Everybody else is gaining weight during this pandemic, and I'm actually losing weight. Since March, I've lost a pound. It took a lot of work. Anyway, you guys have been great. My name is Sean Williams. Thank you.
Yes. Sean Williams, everyone. One more time. Show him the love. Send the emoji. We take PayPal. It doesn't really matter. Zelle. Very funny, Sean Williams. And you know, his wife is actually white, and my wife is African American. My wife is actually black, so that's always fun. They say men are from Mars, women are from Venus. My wife is from Compton. Okay? I'm not kidding you. She's cute, but she will cut me. The woman is my wife hates the way I dress. The other night in the bedroom, she says, look at you, nothing matches, which hurt my feelings. I was naked. It's always the little things, okay, people? But anyway, and speaking of little things, our next comic, what a segue. Hey, I've known Mike for years. He's looking out the window. He's absolutely hilarious. He headlines all the comedy clubs throughout the U.S., has entertained our troops, puts on his own shows at all the improvs, which one day will be back, we hope. But you're going to love him, and he's here right now. The very funny, the one, the only from Kelocos, Mike Cano. Mike Cano, everyone. Mike.
Woo!
Mike.
Clap it up, clap it up, clap it up. I'm always so excited to do these Zoom shows right here in my living room. Don't got to travel far. I really enjoy it. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Paul. Thank you to the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. Thank you to all the people that are Zooming in right now. Apparently, there's a lot of ugly people online. They don't want to turn on the camera. Thank you. Don't turn it on. This is not a joke. You're all beat up. Just stay with the camera off. Don't distract us. Let us do our thing. My name is Mike Cano. That's as in Chicano, Mexicano. This is our black, white, and tan tour. I'm the tan version. But I'm one of those Latino folk that don't even speak Spanish. Any of you guys out there? You go to Taco Bell, you get confused. That's me too, okay? I wish I was more Mexican, though. I grew up with my grandma watching novellas and Spanish soap operas, and I always wanted to be like those guys that get any beautiful woman with just their voice. You know what I'm talking about? The little, hola, mija. Suavecito. I am not a Mexican. I am a Sexican. Ay.
Sexican.
I don't have any of that. I just got the short gene. Don't let this fool you, okay? I am 5'2", and I'm a fully grown man. You guys understand that? Some of you guys at a regular height, you don't understand what it's like to be 5'2". I can't even use a public restroom. You understand? Because my feet don't touch the floor. They start to dangle. People walk into my store all the time like, like yo. Sorry, man. I don't see no legs, man. I don't see no legs. I'm like, they're right there. And then tall girls is the worst part, man. I like tall girls. Any tall girls online right now? 5'3", 5'4"? Next to me. Better than any dating website right here, okay? Right here. Feelings, man, because all those girls shoot me down like, oh my God, sorry, you got to be at least this tall to ride this ride, buddy. That hurts, man. You don't understand. I'm trying to get my life together during COVID. I know this is Palm Springs, a nice, beautiful, rich area. I live in Chino. Do you guys know where Chino's at? California? Some of you guys probably got family and friends locked up here. Yeah, I live in the, that's what Chino is known for. I thought it was the nicest neighborhood growing up, to tell you the truth. I thought it was nice, and then my son started to get older, and I realized how ghetto it was. The city of Chino built their football field right next to the prison so the dads can watch the kids play. Like, what are they? Let's down, Holmes. Man, but it's true. There's also a lot of cholos out here in Chino. Do you guys, you Palm Springs, even know what a cholo is? Some of you guys like, what's a cholo? That sounds delicious. Oh my goodness. Cholos are the Mexican gangsters that call into like the oldie station on the weekend. You know what I'm talking about? Like the Art LeBeau show? Yes? Did I lose you? All right, there you go. Sorry. Look at so many people left like, oh, dude, cholo. Don't ever talk about cholos again. Some of you guys on the side like, what's a cholo? That sounds delicious. My gosh. I'll take 2 cheesy cholos, please. I'll tell you what, man. I grew up with those guys. I'm not scared of them. They look scary, but they're not really that scary, okay? I used to crank call the Art LeBeau show all the time when I was a little kid. I used to call in like, what's up, Art LeBeau? This is Tiny from Chino. I want to dedicate a song to all my homies that are locked up. I want you to play a song. I want you to play It's Raining Men. That's right. Started riding the jail. Snitches don't get stitches today. Hang up the phone, get them all crazy. I even go to a Cholo church. They, believe it or not, it's a real Cholo church. They pray for each other on Sundays, but it's not like the nicer ones. Have you guys ever heard like a victory outreach or something like that? Yeah? Okay, that's a nice one. Mine is no victory, just outreach. Do you understand? Still gangbang on Sundays when they show up. Every time I walk up, they're like, what's up, fool? You know what the Lord God Jesus Christ? Am I going to have to get jumped in every Sunday? Are you serious? And my church is more of a swap meet than it is a church. I ain't going to lie. They're selling DVDs, tamales, ice cream, age insurance is there, signing people up, liberty tax. You can turn your gold into cash at my church. That's how good it is. That's what I live, man. I'm trying to make the best of it. I'm trying to get back in shape. Anyone else catch the COVID-19 pounds right here? Oh, my God. It's so bad because I started off the show and you can see my skinny headshot and then my fat face in actuality. I got to update that with all the fatness. I'm trying, man. I went to the gym, you know, and they were just, I started off the year thinking I was going to be in shape. You know, you make those false promises. This year I'm going to get in shape. Dude, I went to the gym, and right when I walked in the door, the trainer was like, "What do you want to work on?" I'm like, if you can't tell by looking at me, dummy, you're probably not a good trainer to begin with, right? And they start off with all that aggressive stuff, like you got to start by eating smaller portions. I'm like, mini corn dogs got me here in the first place. I don't think you guys even know what you're talking about, okay? And then I go work out, and my trainer didn't even pay attention. He just checked out themselves in the mirror the whole time. You ever see that? With the arms all, oh, look at it, so veiny. Looking at me. All the guys are looking at me. I'm looking at me. That's the last time I had a football trainer, man. Forget that. These ladies are. You guys, with this thought right here, I'm glad we're all coming together for comedy because people are trying to separate more than ever. They're saying, oh, the racism is coming back, that this is coming back. I'm going to tell you right now, it's 2020. We're too blended to ever go back. It might feel like it sometimes you turn on the news, but we're too blended. For a perfect example, my best friend is Latino, married a black woman. They made the most beautiful kids I've ever seen in my life. The little boy looks like a little baby Drake. I swear. Every time I see him, I'm like, what's up, baby Drake? I love you. My bad, my mama, I'm sorry. Like, and they just had a gorgeous baby girl. She was born during COVID. I'm telling you, her hair, her eyes, her skin, perfectly blended. The only thing they ever even thought about was that. That's it. The name. Mom wanted a strong black name. Dad wanted a strong Latina name. Come on, guys. You know who won that fight, right? Taquaria. And I was like, okay, that's a beautiful black name. My buddy said, no, fool. Say it faster. Taquaria. I wanted Taquaria now, too. Well, thank you for the last. God bless. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. Hope to have you again soon.
Yes. One more time for Mike Cano. Let's hear it. Mike Cano. Good timing, good stuff, Mike. Mike has to be back on the taco truck by 6. So, Mike, thanks for stopping by. Keep that chimichanga hot for me. I'll tell you that. You guys are great. Thanks for laughing. We appreciate that. I did a show last week. I was so drunk they didn't even know I was there. That was a weird church. I'll be honest with you. It was a Catholic church in Vegas. I don't know if you've been Our Lady of the Scotch and Soda. Anybody? Catholic people. You've got to be in shape to be Catholic. The whole hour. Stand, sit, kneel, stand, kneel, sit. I told the priest, I said, hey there, Father, do you have a low impact mass? Do you have that? Because I'm out of shape. I cannot be Catholic. I love the Catholic people. You go to confession, you tell the priest, you first. Yes. These are the jokes that I'm going out on. But anyway, but before I bring up our last comic, I love this joke. The judge says to the guy, sir, it says here your first wife died from drinking tea, your second wife died from drinking tea, but the other night your third wife died from a bullet to the head. Can you explain? He said, I sure can, Your Honor. She wouldn't drink the tea. Hey, speaking of tea drinking, you're going to love this guy. He's warm, he's fuzzy, he's bubbly. You've seen him on Chuck, all kinds of TV shows, movies. He's my dear friend. He headlines comedy clubs everywhere. Closing us out tonight at the Black, White, Tan Comedy Show. Thank you, Paul, and Palm Springs, man. Here it is, the one, the only, my buddy. Give it up for Mark Christopher Lawrence. Come on. Mark.
All right, thanks for having me. Thanks for having me. It's great to be on here doing this. I did my first live show on Friday night out in Hemet, and wow. I tell you, some of the ugliest people in the world are in Hemet. They showed up, sat right down front. There was a guy with an eye here and one here. They blinked at different times. So that's distracting. My name is Mark Christopher Lawrence. I'm originally from Compton, California, home of the drive-by shooting. One of the many cities in America where the cost of living's going up, chance of living's going down. I grew up in Compton during the height of the rise of the Bloods and Crips. I lived in a red neighborhood, went to school in a blue neighborhood. So it was tough getting to and from school. I decided one day I was going to join a gang, right? So I left school at like 11 o'clock in the morning and called myself getting into a gang. Had my pants hanging down the way the gangsters wear them, had my head off to the side. I had my stroll together, my gangster stroll. I left school at 11 o'clock, took me to 6 o'clock at night to get home. It's real hard to walk with your pants down there like that. I got home, my mother was on the phone talking to a friend. She said, hold on a minute, girl. I'm gonna have to call you back. This boy here done lost his mind. She said, why you dressed like that? I said, I'm in a gang, mama. 2 weeks later, when I came to, she was sitting right next to my hospital bedside. She said, let me tell you something. I'm your gang leader. I'm running this. I got jumped in that day. Apparently, I'm still in. My mother's 82 years old, and if I don't call her every other day, she calls me and leaves messages. It's your mama. I think you know the number. Click. I just drop whatever I'm doing. I got to call my mama. Yeah, it was tough growing up in Compton. Tough, going to school and all that kind of stuff. My sister homeschooled her kids. I couldn't homeschool my kids. My kids be dumb as dirt. Count for me, Marky. One, another one, this one, that one, thumb. I have a 9-year-old daughter. My daughter is smart. She's really smart. At 5 years old, this is how I knew she was smart. I'm driving her home from school, and she said to me, she says, Daddy, did you know that girls are smarter than boys? I said, no, baby, I didn't know that. She says, there you go. I think my last show before the COVID happened, I was playing down south. In fact, last year I did a lot of dates down south, and I'm gonna tell you folks, the South is alive and backwards. I was in Missouri, and Missouri is pawning themselves off as being Midwest. It's the South. They had me fooled though. They flew me into Kansas City. Now, Kansas City is a metropolis. Lots of nightlife, arts and culture, great restaurants, a lot of fine people just like we have here today. But they picked me up at the airport, drove me 2.5 hours into the woods. There was black people there, didn't even know they were free. Don't you tell no jokes about massa. Come on out of there. Go till you're free. I was in a small little town in Missouri, Sedalia, Missouri. 3 teeth in the whole town. The mayor had him on his bracelet.
God.
First night on stage, I said, I'm glad to be here in Missouri. Somebody said, we say Missouri. I said, you say it wrong. Apparently not as smart as your friends over in Mississippi. Because that bookmobile doesn't get to Missouri that often. Suffice it to say that Missouri is home of the big girl. They fancy the biscuits. I'm gonna tell you right now, I know God made someone for everybody, and I'm gonna tell you guys, if you like them chubby, if you like them fluffy, Missouri might be the spot for you.
It's so true.
You can get yourself a sack of biscuits and hang out at the park. They'll follow you to your car like pigeons. I realized I'm a big guy, but I was a little guy in Missouri. People were coming up to me going, hey, how you doing, little man? Pretty good, ma'am. Nice tooth. I ate terribly in Missouri. Everything was fried. You ever go somewhere to eat, no matter what you order, they put something fried on your plate, whether you ordered or not? Fried tomatoes, fried pickles, fried bread. Ate too much grease in Missouri. Now I drink a glass of water, it beads up in my throat. I did find one thing fried that I loved, fried candy bars.
Yeah.
Somebody took a candy bar, wrapped that in cinnamon roll dough, and chucked it in the fryer. Who was I to say no? Because after about that 4th or 5th one, my heart started double clutching. Down on one knee at the fair, sweating butter.
Sweating butter.
People were coming up, not even trying to help me. They're dabbing their biscuits on my forehead. Hey, there's a butter fountain over here. Bring grandma. So now I'm trying to just get myself together, and it's tough, doing this whole COVID thing. The one thing about the pandemic and the quarantine and all that, I realized that wearing that mask that sometimes I got some stank breath. And if I run into you with breath like that, I'm sorry. I apologize. I remember putting my mask on a couple of days ago. I was like, what did I eat? Whatever it is, it just died. You know, I'm gonna leave you with this. Women are complicated. You know, ladies, you've been complicated a long time. Here's how I know. The Bible says, on the 6th day, God laid Adam down, put him in a deep coma-like sleep. He pulled a rib from Adam's side and he formed woman. God then blew the breath of life into woman. And he saw that woman was good. And then God needed a break. In fact, he stopped creating after that. I can imagine all the angels flying around heaven going, what about that duck-billed platypus? You gonna fix that? That's a mess. I was like, no, that's good. I can imagine Eve running around the Garden of Eden, moving stuff around. Why would you put this thing over here? You know this plant needs some sunlight. Put it over here. How come this giraffe neck so long? Can't nobody get better clean than this? Why is this hippopotamus always under the water? Can't nobody get down there in that water and clean him up? Finally, God woke Adam up. He says, hey, Adam. Good luck with that. I'm Mark Christopher Lawrence. Thanks, folks, for having me out. I appreciate it.
Woo! Yes. Mark Christopher Lawrence. Show him the love.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that sounds like I haven't spoken to my wife in years. I didn't want to interrupt her. So, you know, I know those kind of women. We've been, she should have drank the tea. But anyway, earlier, I'm glad I'm doing the Zoom because it gets me away from the wife. We had a little fight earlier. Yeah, I'm glad that's funny to you. But anyway, we had a little fight. I call it a little fight. They worded it differently on the police report. But it's too much with my wife. But like I said, she's cute, but she will cut me. And I gotta go to Missouri because I like a big girl. If you ain't 220, you ain't my honey. Okay, people, just so you'll know. Yes. If you date a fat girl, you know there's food at her house. I'm in. That's 2 snacks. Okay, people. Hey, listen, I'm Scott Wood, Mr. Punchline. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks, Paul Cruz and the great staff and everyone with the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. One more time for these great headliners. Let's hear it for Sean Williams, Mike Connell, and my buddy Mark Christopher Lawrence. And you guys are a lot of fun. We're going to do another one of these this Friday at 4 o'clock. Everything is on the website. Check us all out. And online with Mike Connell, Sean Williams, Mark Christopher Lawrence, and me, Scott Wood. We're all on the internet, Instagram, Facebook, and I'm sure hopefully they'll put up all that information as well. Until Friday, man, remember, keep laughing. God bless you guys. We'll see you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Palm Springs. Stay cool.
Is this it over with today?
No. There's more shows coming up.
I haven't figured out how to navigate this yet.
Oh, okay.
I got the VIP ticket, but I don't have like a login and anything.
The schedule. Oh, it just keeps playing. Like the shows will start when at the showtime, and then in between there's just like a random array of like videos and information, stuff like that. If you just stay on that channel, it'll continue to play. Like if you left ABC on all day, it would just continue.
Okay.
Plus, Elena, you shouldn't buy your laptops from Toys R Us. I don't know if you know that or not. If it says Mattel on it, go ahead and use your phone.
You're funny.
Good show, guys. People were watching on different platforms, so you may not have seen them, but they might have been on YouTube Live or Facebook Live or a variety of different other platforms. So, but yeah, that was awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. Next up, we have Rising Star in Comedy at 6 o'clock. Stay with us. We'll be live in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. You have now arrived at 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time from all over the world. Here we have Ryan Kelly receiving the Rising Star in Comedy Award. Give it up for Ryan.
There we go. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Brian, thanks for joining us. So if you guys are not already familiar, we're having a week-long star-studded award ceremony, which we usually do in person, but because it's the pandemic, we won't be doing it in person. We'll be doing it online. And so our first award of the week is Ryan Kelly, and Ryan Kelly is our Rising Star Award winner, and he's just done amazing things in a short amount of time. And Max is actually going to give us some insight as to his relationship with Ryan and how he found him and how he brought him to our attention and why he's our Rising Star Award recipient.
Well, I was so excited to give Ryan this award. I met Ryan like maybe 2 years ago when I was just starting to do stand-up again after a very long break at open mics. And he was at all of the open mics at Flappers every week doing his thing. And in 1 year, he went from doing open mics to being like the king of TikTok. I'm still trying to fix my watch. He's the king of TikTok. He has 2.5 million followers in a year. I didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah.
But he has exploded onto the scene and the whole world loves him. And so, I mean, that's what I call a rising star. From open mic, TikTok king in 1 year. They say it takes 7 years to make a comic. He cut off 6.
That's pretty amazing. I saw a lot of the comments on the Instagram feed, and the people were like, "Oh yeah, oh my God, Ryan Kelly, blah blah blah."
Well, thanks. Oh my gosh, Max, I appreciate it so much. It's about efficiency, you know. I was just like 7 years. I don't have that kind of time. I just needed to speed it up.
So a lot of people won't know what this award looks like because they weren't with us last year when people like Kathy Griffin got hers and Ileana Douglas and Ed Begley Jr. and so forth. So I'm gonna show everybody today for the first time because the awards have not been sent out to people. We originally were gonna do our festival in May, but because of the pandemic, we had to reschedule for September, and then because of the pandemic, we had to then reschedule again, and decided to do it online. But a lot of people don't know what the awards look like because they haven't been to our awards gala, but I'm going to do an unveiling right here. So it comes in this this velvet bag, and then you take it out.
It's a shoebox. Oh my God, what a gorgeous. I always needed a black shoeboxes matter.
Yeah, there's some loafers in here for you, Ryan.
Oh my gosh, you know what? I always could use more shoes. Mine are always falling apart.
You know what they say, big shoes.
So then you take it out of the box and
oh wow.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So fun fact, this is also the first time I'm seeing it. So that's
yeah.
Whoa! That's amazing.
It's pretty
love
weird.
Anything that shines.
This is actually a copy of the one Jane Fonda got for the Stanley Kramer Mad World Comedy Award, but all of our recipients' awards look like this.
Wow, that's so cool. Oh my gosh, I am so honored. Thank you so much, Paul. That is so cool. Well, I guess we could do a fake handoff. You're to my left. I don't know if I'm to your left. I'm just gonna put it down. Don't mind me. It's over here. I actually have my own bag that it's in. Just trust me, it's the same. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the it's so beautiful. Oh gosh, I gave it back. Trust me. I am so honored to even be thought about this. When Max called me, I was like, me? Why me of all people? He's like, because it's kind of worked out. I want to kind of give you a little insight of what happened. Is they said that they'd like me to tell kind of how this happened. So in a year, I will actually have been on TikTok for a year and 4 days. So I haven't quite hit my year yet. And And it was all thanks to a buddy of mine named Casey Jones, who was like, hey man, the stuff that you put on Instagram, I think would do really well on TikTok. And I was like, I've never heard of TikTok. I don't know what TikTok is. And I was like, you know what? I'll make an account and I'll post one video. And I posted a video and he texted me the next day. He's like, you should check your TikTok. I was like, why? Did something bad happen? He was like, no. And I had 25,000 views on that first video.
Wow.
And like 8,000 followers. And that blew my mind because that is more followers and views than I'd had in my entire life. So I was like, oh, this is what it's like for people to watch your comedy. This is neat. And so I kept doing that. I kept posting. I started posting every day. I'm up to posting 3 times a day now. It's one of those things that you just kind of, you start all of a sudden getting on a roll with, and it was amazing. But ironically, one of the reasons why I chose my name, which is Youth Pastor Ryan, is because I look like a youth pastor. It's not because you know what the worst part is? The worst part is I've unfortunately convinced, I bet 500,000 people know that I'm not a real youth pastor, but about 2 million people think I'm a real youth pastor. I don't know what to do with that. You know what I mean? Like, it feels vaguely wrong to have that be happening. But it's the funniest part about that is the fact that, like, since I'm not a real youth pastor, I've since had real youth groups reach out to me and go, hey, Ryan, yeah, can you run some youth groups for us? And I went to Christian school for 18 years, so that's the full program. I am very adept in this. And so I actually now will be running youth groups, which totally proves fake it till you make it. Like, you can do anything.
Definitely. And so how did you get started in comedy?
So I've actually,
you want to tell people?
So I've been doing comedy for over a decade now. I started with improv when I was pretty young, and then stand up for about 4 years now consistently. And it has been a wild ride. Stand up and comedy was something that I always wanted to do and always something that I just felt passionate for. But it was, I'm very much reminded of it's funny because, you know, we joke that all this happened in a year, but Will Ferrell, I think, said it best, remembering his Groundlings days, when he said, you know, becoming an overnight success takes 10 years.
Yeah,
it really does. It's all that training and all that focus and all that learning how to tell a story, and it really paid off, which has been fantastic.
So you started when you were like 10?
Right. Everyone assumes that I am just at most 16, which is tough. It's funny, on my TikToks I never discuss my age, but for this I'll give it. I just turned 25 recently. I am about 9 years older than most people expect, which is tough. What's really tough is a buddy of mine on TikTok. His name is Casey. He goes by Mr. Hamilton. We are the same age, and we look like we are about 20 years apart, and we're not sure how to handle that either. Like, it's just but yeah, it's been a beautiful ride. I wouldn't change anything. Honestly, I'm just so thankful for, like, the improv schools that I got to study with, Improv Olympic, Second City, the Groundlings, Chicago. Like, it was just the people in Chicago, the people in Los Angeles. It was fantastic. It was so good.
So how does it feel to be the youngest recipient amongst all these really well-known stars this week?
It blows my mind. Every time I see the picture where it's got all these people that matter and then me, it's a powerful moment where you're like, wow. And I have so many friends that are DMing me about it. None of them are asking when I'm going, but they're all like, when's Bianca like when's Bianca going? Like, when's Randy going? Like, it's all these people that they love and that they know. And so to be even pictured on the same picture as them is mind-blowing and just so amazing.
Yeah, well, like Max said, you know, we thought about who the rising star was going to be for a while, and you've accomplished so much in such a short amount of time. Although, like you said, you've been doing it for so long, and so we're expecting like so many more amazing things from you. And so that's why we decided to pick Ryan Kelly for our Palm Springs International Comedy Festival Rising Star.
Just at the beginning. He's just at the beginning.
Just the beginning.
Well, thank you guys so much. I am so honored, and I'm so honored to be at this festival. And hopefully, at some point, I will be able to come back and do this festival in real life, because I love Palm Springs. But man, Palm Springs right now for me feels a lot like Missouri, and that's not the Palm Springs I remember.
No, it's awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today. Do you have any shout outs you want to give out, or do you know where people, do you want to tell people where else they could follow you besides TikTok?
Absolutely. So TikTok is the main hub at Youth Pastor Ryan, but on Twitch at Youth Pastor Ryan or at Instagram, Ryan Kelly Comedy. I am performing next weekend doing a half-hour Clappers Comedy Club where me and Max met.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's nice. I hope you all have a lovely night. And I hope you stay for the rest of the festival because there are so many cool things. Max sent me the list. And I was blown away by the interviews that they're having. So I will hopefully see you around the rest of the festival. Thank you guys so much for your time and for all your love and support. And I love you guys a whole bunch. Thank you guys.
Let's give it up for Ryan Kelly, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Are you backstage now?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. If you are just joining us now, feel free to comment in the chat box and tell us where you're coming from. Up next, we have the Zoom Visual Comedy Show featuring Avi Naiman, Kyle Kreese, Amanda Cohen, and PJ Bio. Give it up for these guys.
All right.
Hey everybody, how you doing? I'm PJ Bayo. I'm your host for the Visual Comedy Show. And if you don't know what visual comedy is, let me just tell you, with this whole new Zoom thing, this whole new platform, a lot of comedians have upped their game by using it to their advantage. And I will give you just a little taste of what that might look like. Are you ready? Okay. Welcome to the COVID report. Yes. Scientists have speculated that coronavirus came from man's interaction with bats, but I think it's revenge for Ozzy Osbourne. Also, a new development, they say now that coronavirus could be transmitted via fecal matter. Yeah. Ew. Yeah, so all those people who refuse to wear masks will now refuse to wear pants. So if you've seen these memes, my body, my choice, you will now see these memes, my ass, my choice.
Gross.
Enough of that. So people keep saying Halloween is canceled, and it's ticking me off, you know? Halloween is not canceled. It's not just about trick-or-treating. It's not just for kids, you know? Halloween is also for weirdos like me who like to celebrate creepy shit. You know, and if you want to take it way back to the origin of Halloween, it started out as a Celtic festival where people would wear masks and start fires to ward off evil. So if you think about it, we've been celebrating it all year.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So I went on a date last week. Yeah, I took a chance. I met this girl online. We went out to dinner. And the first thing she said to me was, you know, for a comedian, you're not really funny. And I said, are you sure? Because this whole exchange right here, pretty funny. I said, and besides that, you're supposed to wait, you know, 3 months into the relationship before you tell me I'm not funny, you know? Not on the first date.
Yeah, right.
You know, and then she said, no, I've seen you perform. You're funny. You're funny. It's just that, you know, in real life, you're boring. Oh, I'm boring. Okay. You're paying.
You say.
And then she said, you know what? I don't think I really like you. And I said, well, you know, I don't think I really like you. And she said, well, I know I really don't like you. And I said, well, I know I really don't like you. And so the next night we went out again and we had some really hot, intense insult slinging. And I think I'm going to marry her.
Nice.
I spent a lot of time on Nextdoor. If you don't know what Nextdoor is, it's a lot like Facebook, but it's for your neighborhood. It's a really great way to get to know your neighbors and then never, ever want to go outside.
Yeah, right.
And one of my neighbors posted that he saw a couple suspicious coyotes in the neighborhood. And I was like, what was suspicious about those coyotes? Was one carrying an anvil and the other a case of dynamite marked Acme? What coyote isn't suspicious?
Yeah.
If you see a coyote that's not suspicious, that's a cat. And then another neighbor said, "Hey, do you think coyotes are afraid of fireworks?" It's like, can you be serious? Come on. Who do you think is setting off the fireworks? Right. And then another neighbor said, I really hate the fact that coyotes, they don't care about our feelings. And I'm like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Coyotes don't care about your feelings. That's because they're, while they're eating your cats for breakfast. I mean, come on. Have you ever heard of an emotional support coyote? Can someone please give me a list of wild animals that care about our feelings? An elk once walked past me and didn't even say hello. You didn't care. All right, guys, we're just going to keep this show moving. Are you guys ready for some more comedy? Yay!
Oh, yeah.
Let's go. Well, our first comedian, he currently has an album streaming on Spotify called King Size. Please welcome Kyle Kreis.
Woo! All right. Thank you, PJ. Thank you, Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. Hey, and PJ's right. I need you guys to stream my albums, okay? Just Google or whatever, Spotify, iTunes, Amazon. I'm only about 1 million streams away from paying off my Patreon bill. All right, so please get it in there. Phyllis, write it down. Don't listen to me. Listen to your founding fathers. We need this money.
Right,
Maybe
Kyle.
Quebec. That sounds like a rich name. We'll take Canadian money. Stream me. Okay, all right. Just having fun. I'm not doing it all for the money, right? I don't know. Am I? I don't know. What? Okay. No, you guys are making comedy happen despite this pandemic. That's a testament to something. I don't know. Is it stubbornness? Is it delusional? I don't know, right? This is fine. Let's keep doing it. This is fine. If you want to burn down paradise, simply look around and skew it. No, let's get serious. This is a crazy time, right? This has got to be the craziest time of our lives. Phyllis, is it your life as well too? I mean, we've got the race revolution happening in the middle of a depression, wrapped in a pandemic. This is the turducken of apocalypse. It's the turducalypse.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. Was it too close to dinner for something that gross? Has anyone been essential out there? You got to stay essential. Megan, have you been essential? No? I've been out here doing delivery work, which believe
No, I'm
it
a student.
You're a student?
Yeah.
That's got to be essential, right? Aren't they forcing the kids back to school? Like, get COVID or get
or don't learn. Yeah.
Or don't learn, exactly. And which I always say, go with don't learn. I've been out on these streets doing deliveries. It's essential work here in Los Angeles, right? There's people out here with pre-existing conditions like asthma and diabetes, and it's my job to make sure they get their Marlboro Reds. Or in Megan's case, I'm there to bring her American Spirit Lights. Okay, so this is I'll show you my ride, right? Because it's Los Angeles. You've got to have your ride has got to be nicer than your apartment, So this is what I'm out here doing, essential delivery work. People are like, oh, you don't even need a degree to be a delivery man. Look, I'm not saying I'm on the same level as, say, a nurse. All right, I'm saying I'm more essential than a nurse. How many times have you needed a nurse this pandemic? How many times have you needed a number 4 with fries? Avi looks like he's a vegetarian. He probably doesn't eat that. I know. You're like, this isn't your ride, Kyle. You're right. You're right. Here's my ride. That's more like it.
McDonald's.
Little tip in the delivery game: never get high on your Popeyes supply. There is a method. Yeah, the McDonald's in the front, Taco Bell in the back. Anyone need anything? I think I got a yogurt. Megan, you like yogurts? I got. All right. I don't mean to pick on Megan. She turned her camera off. I walked Megan. There you go. No. Sorry, everyone else just has their camera off. This is too much. This is chaotic. Let me get this. Look, it's about. Before I go, I just want to say, Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. There's still time to be essential. It's about service. Okay, it's about it's like love your neighbor as yourself. That's what Jesus said. All right, it's about service. It's about what can you do for your country. Right? That's what JFK said. It's about service. It's no fun if the homies can't have none. Okay. Randy doesn't get that one. He's camera turned off. You can't see it. But Phyllis is loving it. Guys, be essential. Stream my albums. Write it down. Alzheimer's Coachella Valley. Might want to write it down. It's Kyle Christ. All right. Thanks. Where's PJ? Save me from this, PJ.
All right. Let's hear it for Kyle. All right, let's keep this visual comedy show rolling.
Yeah.
Our next comedian, she is currently competing in the World Series of Comedy. Please welcome Amanda Cohen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I thought I'd share with you some of my adventures as a single lady in the dating world of the interweb. So I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but I did qualify to sign up for this site right here. Okay. It's called OurTime.com. For my age and older. And I got a lot of these, and that means they're cheating. They won't show you their photo. I got a lot of this. And hint, I'm not 65. I'm not 72. I'm definitely not 74. And there's no way this guy is 58. All right. I mean, that photo might have been taken in 1958. And I can tell he's definitely older because he doesn't know how to upload photos. We've all seen that, right? But then I find this guy, this unicorn here. Oh, he's the unicorn. You guys, he told me that he was looking for someone around 35. And I'm like, why are you on OurTime.com? And he said, I'm not on OurTime.com. I'm on some other dating site. That's when I found out that OurTime.com mixes people from other sites. So I'm looking for guys my age. They're looking for children, not children. That's you know what I mean. And I actually called them on it. I emailed and said, hey, you're sending me people from other sites and they don't know what they're getting themselves into. And they refunded my money. So yeah, exactly. That's I think it was either that or they were afraid I was going to sue them. So I'm like, okay, I need to find a better site. And I know there's a lot of really specific dating sites. So I decided to see what was out there. Okay, what am I into? I like bacon. Well, this exists. This is a dating site sponsored by Oscar Mayer. So what you're into, but Sizzle is for you if you love bacon. Actually, a very good dating site. Also, there's bacon. So how bad can it be? But I'm like, okay, that's not healthy. I want to go a little bit healthy. I like to rollerblade. Well, I found this site, Date Skaters. That's actually more like, boards, and I'm not into that scene. Just for fun, I decided to see if I could find a site for the most disgusting thing I know. I'm not into beer. And this photo, I think, illustrates why. I mean, just, forget about it. But then I went back and it's like, okay, you know what? what's something that I actually do in my life that might affect the kind of person I want to. I used to work as a clown. No, dude, clowns are great. They're good with kids and they're very flexible.
Yeah.
So I found this stuff. I don't know if you can read it. It says, everybody loves a clown. Let a clown love you. Yeah, that's what I said. So I thought, oh, this is actually really cute. I can meet some, fellow clowns. Except this is what signed up. And I'm wondering if they're like actually signed up on OurTime.com and have no idea that they're on a clown site. So I decided, okay, the clown thing's a little weird. Maybe I'm just gonna go. You know what? I like Star Trek. Let's find the Star Trek dating site. All right.
Oh God.
Site. I found Trek dating, and then I forgot what it was, and then I Googled Star Trek dating site, and this is what came up: Star Trek dating, which is a different Star Trek dating site. It says set favors to stunning. I know. And then I found this site, Trekkie dating. If you notice, meet Trekkers in Valley, but not Trekkies. It's Trekkie dating.
Palm Springs.
The difference between Trekkies and Trekkers, very important, okay? Trekkies are fans of Star Trek. Trekkers are fans who hate it when you call them Trekkies. So, that was just, I didn't want to get into that. So I found this site. This is a different Star Trek dating site, but it has the same girl on it. Like, that's just weird. So I looked her up. Yeah, she's a stock photo. This is from 10 years ago. She's probably already married and divorced already because the guy turned out to be a Klingon. She's also literally the poster child for fake Star Trek fans. Posers.
Wow.
She's in the, so yeah. So I'm like, no, this is baloney. I'm going to find a real Star Trek site. There we go. That photo was taken as rocks. And so I know they're legit, right? And then I'm looking a little bit more. I'm like, you know what? I don't need to go just Star Trek. I'm going to broaden it out. I'm just going to say nerd stuff. And I found this site. Wait a minute. And you know what? I like scuba diving. What do they got? Hey, these are looking awfully familiar. So I tried mullets. Yep, there it is. And I know these are all, without question, the same site, because here's the language they use, right? If it isn't 100% clear yet, and then this is the same, literally the same language, except it says and this one, scuba instead of Star Trek, literally the same one, mullets instead, exactly the same. So I decided, you know what? I'm going to make my own dating site. Here it is.
Can't use this one.
This is my Yay! Thank you so much for your time. I'm Amanda Cohen.
Very good.
Cheers for Amanda. Yay. All right, guys, are you ready for your headliner?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, this comedian, he comes from Eugene, Oregon. He's performed at Flappers in Burbank and all over NYC. He's asked me to make sure that you have your Zoom window in speaker view so that you see all his visual jokes. Okay. So with no further ado, please welcome Avi Naiman.
Woo!
Yeah.
We interrupt this program with breaking news from CNN. I'm Avi Naiman. President Trump is very concerned about voting by mail. New polling shows he should be more concerned about voting by females. President Trump insists that he deserves another term. All right, what do you prefer? My choice is 40 people were infected with the coronavirus while attending a revival service at a church in Alabama. The pastor said he had not intended for it to be a revival service. That's just how it turned out. Clorox has released a new social distancing app. If someone gets too close, wipe left. Scientists are trying to develop broad antibodies in the fight against COVID-19. After months at home, eating nonstop, many people have developed their own broad antibody. With fitness centers closed, some are trying to stay in shape by doing TikTok dance challenges, but many end up bashing their feet. Emergency rooms are reporting a spike in cases of TikTok toe. The New York Times reports that President Trump paid only $750 in federal income tax. He says he now realizes his mistake and has instructed the accountants to file for a refund. Michael Cohen, one of President Trump's former attorneys, has published a tell-all called Disloyal. Cohen claims that, to bolster his bottom line, Trump has regularly inflated his assets. Walmart has banned a couple for wearing face masks decorated with Nazi symbols. President Trump said they should be ashamed of what they're wearing. They should be wearing American symbols.
Right?
With the passing of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, President Trump has vowed to fill the vacant seat. If there's one thing Trump knows how to do, it's
All right.
While signing a land conservation bill, President Trump referred to Yosemite as Yosemite. The president explained he was simply calling for his senior advisor. So, Yosemite. In California, a gender reveal party resulted in massive wildfire. From now on, warning labels will be required. Gender reveal parties may result in unwanted housewarming parties.
Literally.
Governor Cuomo said to reopen, New York needs to have robust contact tracing. Mayor de Blasio pointed out that New York has plenty of experience with contact tracing. In the current economic crisis, some businesses are having to reinvent themselves. With Broadway shut down, Time Out New York is now focusing on timeouts. To flatten the curve during the pandemic, many schools have moved to online teaching. This approach has been highly successful at flattening the learning curve. Now that remote schooling is here, New York City announced there won't be any more snow days. Cheer up, cheer up, kids. There may not be any snow days, but there'll be plenty of frozen Zoom days. The NIH is studying the mental health of those who have been stuck at home for the past 6 months, comparing those who live alone with those who wish they lived alone. Initial results of the comparison show a neck and neck tie. With so much extra time on their hands, many people are playing contract bridge on computer apps. The American Bridge Association reports a record number of players bidding no Trump. At a town hall, President Trump claimed that herd mentality will make the pandemic disappear. With that kind of mentality, his herd will disappear. President Trump proudly said that a Veterans Association gave him a Bay of Pigs award. It turns out he was slightly confused. It was actually a Bay of Pigs in a Blanket award. Prior to the first presidential debate, Trump demanded that Biden submit to a drug test. It's no wonder Trump asked for a urine sample. He's been doing that for years.
Oh my God.
A new Corona News Network poll reveals that 87% of people agree we live in unprecedented times. When asked about Trump's handling of the various crises, 100% agreed we live in unprecedented times. With movie theaters closed, some films that were scheduled to be released during the pandemic have now been pushed off as much as a year. In the meantime, movies are being updated to reflect the pandemic. In the original version of Dolittle, the doctor lives in solitude and talks to exotic animals. In the new version, Dolittle, the doctor still lives in solitude and still talks to exotic animals. In the original version of the Burnt Orange Heresy, a scheming art dealer's life spirals out of control. In the updated version, everyone's life spirals out of control, and it's still called the Burnt Orange Heresy. Hollywood will also be remaking some classic movies. The new version of Mutiny on the Bounty will film the fight over the last roll of paper towels. High noon will now signal the start time of the quarantine happy hour. Guess who's coming to dinner will become no one's coming to dinner. When Harry met Sally will become when Harry missed Sally by that much. Paul Iger, the chairman of Disney, announced that after the pandemic, theme parks will assist in public health by screening visitors for all types of medical issues. They've already selected testing sites for diagnosing dwarfism, diabetes, and gynecological issues. Due to the pandemic, the New Year's Eve ball drop in Times Square this year is gonna be virtual. The theme of the celebration will be 2020 is hindsight. Here at the Corona News Network, we hope that in 2021, we'll never again have to see hindsight. Urging you to follow science, not fiction. I'm Avi Lincoln. Back to you, PJ.
All right, let's hear for Avi.
Yeah.
And just so you guys know, as part of the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival, Avi is teaching a class on Zoom visual comedy, where you can learn how to create and manage Zoom visual backgrounds, just as you've seen here in the last 30 minutes. And the class is next Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. And you can find a description and the registration link in the shop at the festival website. And thanks so much, everybody. Thanks for coming to the show. It was really great, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah. All right, thanks, everybody. This is PJ Bayo signing out.
Who are you calling?
And now, Please welcome to the stage Max Ziegfeld and Minky Taylor.
Hey, everybody. I'm Max Ziegfeld.
And I'm Minky Taylor.
What a thrill it is to be here.
More than a thrill, it's a goddamn imposition. I don't know, the audience.
They're right there.
I thought this was a live audience.
They're alive.
Oh.
Clap if you're alive.
Oh.
All right, 2 of them are alive.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. I'm going to I'm going to hear you. That's awesome.
Yes.
See, they're alive. They're just on Zoom.
But this I put on lipstick?
For me, you put on lipstick.
Oh.
By the way, you look gorgeous.
Well, that's a gift.
Ah, boy, are you guys in for a treat. We are going to take you back in time. When jokes were really jokes.
And stick was king.
When you could be funny without dropping the F-bomb.
Wait a minute, Max. Wait a minute. Isn't that offensive to the comics out there who whoop blue?
Fuck them.
Ha ha!
So, we're going to take you back to the time of the Borscht Belt guys. The Borscht Belt. You guys know what the Borscht Belt is?
Anybody?
Yeah.
Oh,
my mom knows.
your mother knows.
The Borscht Belt, for those of you who don't know, is a string of Jewish resort hotels in the Catskills. It gave birth to the best comedians of all time. They started out as busboys and waiters and worked their way up to international headliners. People like Mel Brooks, Jerry Lewis, Red Buttons.
Yes, and people like George Burns and Gracie Allen got their start in the vaudeville circuit, while women like Joan Rivers and Phyllis Diller cut their teeth in the West Village.
We were so thrilled to be excited to open the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival.
Until I found out I was going to be performing from a cramped office in Toluca Lake.
It's a shame, Minky. Palm Springs really would have been our perfect audience.
Yes. Homosexuals and senior citizens. Bonus points if you're both.
Oh. A lot of old movie stars retired to Palm Springs.
Yeah.
I'll bet if you lined up all the senior citizens in Palm Springs end to end, most of them could never get up again.
Yes. Oh. And if you lined up every homosexual from end to end, you'd have the white party.
Woohoo! Last time we did this act, people cried.
Mm-hmm.
Literally cried.
For their money back.
Oh, I'm telling you. Yeah.
We've known each other a long time.
We've known each other a long time.
Yes.
I'm not going to waste your time by boring you with old jokes and old anecdotes.
No.
I'm going to let Minky do it.
Oh, thanks, Max.
We've known each other forever.
Yes, we went to school together.
She was my teacher.
Oh, Max, you look like a million.
Oh, thank you.
Every year of it.
Year of it.
Just wait to hear Minky sing. Her father was a plumber. Boy, she got pipes.
That gave me that note for my
God.
first birthday. Why was she glad to get rid of it?
I'll bet. The last time she hit a high C, she almost spayed the dog. Let me tell you something. There's no joke like an old joke. A vintage one-liner is always the best. There's no joke like an old joke. Come on, Minky. Let's put it to the test.
Okay, here we go. My 84-year-old grandmother is in great shape. She doesn't even use glasses. She drinks right from the bottle.
Minky made me join the bridge club. I jump off next Tuesday.
God, I hate housework. You got to wash the floors. You got to wash the dishes. You got to do the laundry. 6 months later, you got to do it all over again.
Hey, Minky, why are breasts like martinis?
I don't know. Why are breasts like martinis?
Because one isn't enough, and three is too many. One more.
There's always one more.
I got it. What has 500 legs and only one cherry?
I don't know. What?
250 chorus girls and a Tom Collins.
I'm gonna get me one.
A chorus girl.
No, with Tom Collins. I'm almost dry.
Oh, you know, Mickey's doctor told me he thinks she might have a drinking problem. I said, how can you tell? He said her last urine sample had an olive in it. But he said, Max, you better slow down too. I said, oh, I don't drink like Mickey does. He said, don't give me that. Your last sample had a sugared rim. Now listen, I got to spend time with all the original Borscht Belt guys. I met Henny Youngman, Jack Carter, Marty Ingalls. And you know what? All these great comedians had one thing in common. And I had the same thing. A miserable childhood. Oh, my childhood was rotten. The worst. I was born fat, toothless, and bald.
Make sure
Not much has changed.
Make sure your family votes.
Except I'm taller, and I'm going to vote.
Never been higher.
I'm definitely old enough to vote.
Yes.
And change my own diaper.
Birthday. No greater gift.
Who's watching TV? We got a live show here. I know I'm not as entertaining as Trump, but I'm a lot nicer.
Who isn't?
Right? When I was born, my father asked the doctor, is it a boy or a girl? He said, no.
No.
My own mother refused to breastfeed me. She said she only liked me as a friend. I was the only kid on the block who had to breastfeed through a straw.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they didn't like me. My mother didn't like me. I remember once I had to tell her that I went to bed. She bought me an electric blanket. It was awful. It was awful. I said, Mom, how do I turn off the electric fan? She said, grab the blade.
Grab the blade.
And I was picked on all the time. Everybody picked on me. Everybody picked on me. I was always bullied. I came home with a bloody nose. She put a tourniquet on my neck. Oh. I had it so rough. Until I was 6. And when I was 6, I developed my own personality. Everything changed. They started showering me with gifts. I got a new toaster at bath time. They always liked my brother best. Always. He was always the favorite. You know why? Because he was neat. I was a mess. I threw my clothes and stuff everywhere. He was so neat. He always hung his towel up nice and straight, his combs, his brushes, his aftershave, everything in the perfect place. Well, big deal. Where did it get him? Where is he now? He's a men's room attendant. I don't want to be a men's room attendant. And he's stupid. Oh, he's stupid. He's so stupid.
How stupid is he?
He's so stupid. It takes him an hour and a half to watch 60 Minutes. He's so stupid.
How stupid is he?
He's so stupid. I said, look at the dead bird. He goes, where? He's a raging idiot. But he was the favorite. The only person that really seemed to like me was my uncle. His last wish was to have me sit on his lap when he died.
Oh.
He died in the electric chair. I thought maybe this is my chance. This is my chance because he was rich. Oh, he was really rich. And I was invited to the reading of the will. The will said I owed him $20. You know, my mom said that money is not the key to happiness. I always thought if I made enough money, I could have a key made. It sucked. Everything sucked. It was so rough. I remember my first girlfriend. Boy, was that a girl. Was that a girl? That's what my dad kept on saying. Was that a girl? She had what you call unfortunate looks. She was so fat, she had bags over her eyes. She was like the Hindenburg in heat. She cheated on me. Yeah, she cheated on me with my best friend. It was the worst day of my whole life. All at once, I lost my girlfriend and my dog. I'm telling you, my childhood sucked. All I knew was rejection. Rejection, rejection, rejection. My yo-yo, it didn't come back. I had to play in the park all alone, every day, all alone, in the heat, in Arizona, a dry heat. Yeah. Look it up.
Yeah.
I remember the teeter-totter. I had to run back and forth and back and forth. I was exhausted. So I decided my only way out was to become a comic. I was going to do it. But you know what? I got terrible gigs. My first gigs, the most horrible gigs. Terrible. I played a town so small. So small. This town was so small. It was so small.
How small was it?
How small was it? It was so small. The local hooker was a virgin. It was terrible. What a backwards little place this was. I had to stop at the gas station on the way into town. The attendant gave me a key to the bushes. The horrible place. And the hotel. Oh, what a hotel. The room was so small.
How small?
How small was it?
The room was so small, the mice were hunchback. Oh, it was tiny. It's what Trump would call a hole. It was horrible. If you wanted to order room service, you had to dial 911.
Oh, dear.
It was a terrible place. The only way to get out was I got to get an agent. What a bunch of sleazebags they are. Agents are the worst. The first agent I went to said, "Do you have an 8x10?" I said, "Honey, if I had an 8x10, I wouldn't be telling jokes." Oh, it was rough breaking into show business. You know, I went to a psychiatrist because I was so depressed. And he said, "Tell me everything." So I did. Now he's doing my act. Can't catch a break. You know, I spent 30 years working for other people, working for all these other comics. And after 30 years, I finally have enough money to last the rest of my life.
If I die.
If I die tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just horrible. You know, they all laughed when I said I wanted to do comedy. But guess what? They're not laughing now. Thank you, everybody.
You were fabulous, darling.
Oh,
Except for
thank you,
Maxie.
Mickey. Thank you.
You were marvelous. Yeah, he's
Love you, Michael.
Yeah.
I suffered for my art.
Yes, he
Yeah.
did. I call it art, but yeah. Excellent. You look fabulous. You
Oh,
look smart,
thank
your jacket,
you.
Your little brooch. I mean, what 85-year-old looks as good as you?
I'm 54.
Well, you look good for 85.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But look, I got a little present for you. I got a little surprise. Now you know how you
But
like
don't
surprises.
surprise an 85-year-old. He might have a heart attack.
That's true. That's true. Break it to you slowly. You know how there were some VIPs, very important people,
Oh, I like
who
VIPs.
wanted to be here tonight, but they couldn't because of the pandemic, and apparently they're too cheap to have internet. So they sent ahead telegrams. Now, when's the last time you had a telegram?
I haven't had a telegram in years.
Oh, well, wait, hang a second. Now, do you people out there know what a telegram is?
Yes.
No.
Of course she does. She's over 30,
Yes.
yes. Oh, well, she's over 31. That's good.
Yeah.
Great.
Well,
What about a millennial or Gen Z or X? I can never get the alphabet correct.
No, what's a telegram?
You know what a telegram is?
Is it that thing where you do the did dot, you know? With
No,
the
you
tapping?
ding dong, that's Morse code.
No, it's not.
Is it that when you're feeling the paper and has the bumps on it and you're like,
No, that's Braille.
Oh my God.
This is getting worse.
what about would they tie things to pigeons' feet and like send messages?
Oh my God.
No, he thinks it's Twitter. That's a homing pigeon.
Yeah, please. It's getting worse. We're just going to tell you. Let's tell them what it is.
A
man.
telegram.
Oh.
Let me explain it in terms you understand. It's like a text message on paper. And it's hand delivered in person. Like Grubhub.
Yes, there we go. So, there we go. So these are the people that want to be here tonight, but they couldn't. Here we go. The first one. This is a good one. You're gonna like this one. Dolly Parton, who said to her doctor, "Are you sure it's a chest cold?" Couldn't be here tonight.
Oh, Romeo, who said to Juliet, "Get off the balcony or get on the pill." Couldn't be here tonight.
Get off the balcony or on the pill.
Dr. Ruth, who said, "If you don't want to talk to your husband during sex, don't pick up the phone."
Mrs. Invisible, the Invisible Man's wife, who said to Invisible, "I don't care if the neighbors think it looks silly. Don't stop." Couldn't be here tonight.
Yeah, that's for sure. King Solomon, who said to his 1,000 wives, "Who here doesn't have a headache?" Couldn't be here tonight.
Roxanne, who said to Cyrano, "I don't care what you call it. Put a condom on it." Couldn't be here.
Yeah. David's mother, who said, "When you fight Goliath, aim for the crotch." Couldn't be here tonight.
Toulouse-Lautrec, who said to the tall hooker, "I don't have to stand for this." Couldn't be here tonight.
Ooh.
Okay.
I have to stand.
The tall hooker, "I don't have to stand for this."
Yeah.
I could sit.
Aladdin, who said to his wife, "I know it's not a lamp, but keep rubbing." Couldn't be here tonight.
Jimmy Cagney, who said to Mickey Mouse, "You dirty rat." Couldn't be here.
No. John Travolta, who said, "My Saturday night fever is nothing compared to my Sunday morning rash." Couldn't be here tonight.
I don't get it.
You're lucky.
You're lucky.
You'll need penicillin if you do.
Yeah.
Kim Kardashian, who was caught breastfeeding in public, and the baby was at home.
Ooh.
Couldn't be here tonight.
I hope you got that one. That one he got. Okay. Jack the Ripper's mother, who said to Jack, "Why do I not see you with the same girl twice?" Couldn't be here tonight.
Adam, who said to the Lord thy God, "I got more ribs, gonna get more broads."
Oh.
Couldn't be here tonight.
And finally, Imelda Marcos, who said to Melania Trump, "Whew, I'm glad I'm not in your shoes." Couldn't be here tonight. And that's it for our telegrams, Maxie.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Yeah, thank you to
That's
everyone who sent the telegrams.
fantastic.
Thank you to you all. Well, they're not even on the internet, so whatever. Yeah. Good. You look in the, you okay, Max?
Well,
you look a little pale.
It's hard. I'm anxious.
Anxious?
It's hard to be a germaphobe in a pandemic.
You're not a germaphobe. You're a hypochondriac.
That's what my gynecologist says.
Speaking of doctors.
I'm scared to see a doctor now because all the germs are there during a pandemic. I'm going to go to a doctor's office. You have to Zoom with the doctor.
Yeah, a lot of Zooming.
A lot of Zooming. See the doctor on camera. Speaking of doctors on camera, in the 1920s, when they invented talking movies, all of a sudden movie actors, they couldn't speak. So they raided vaudeville and Broadway to get all these vaudeville performers to do the silver screen. And a lot of them started in their first film doing their own acts. So here we're going to look at what would happen if Mickey and I had been vaudeville stars going to Hollywood in the 1920s.
Ooh. Roll tape.
Doctor, what happened? I don't remember anything.
Well, I'm afraid to tell you you've been in a horrible accident.
Oh my God.
But there's good news and there's bad news.
What's the good news?
The good news is you're going to live. You're going to survive.
That's good. What's the bad news?
The bad news is your manhood was completely severed off by the windshield.
What am I going to do?
Your insurance company is going to give you $9,000 to replace it with a brand new bionic penis.
Oh.
A bionic penis. Now, it's $1,000 an inch.
9 inches. That's fantastic.
Well, you can get the 9 inches, or you could be a little more modest, get the 7.5, save yourself a few bucks, and then maybe take a cruise. Now, I want you to go home, discuss it with your wife, because it's very important. This works for her as well. Come back tomorrow and give me your decision.
Okay. Go home and I talk to my wife. Next morning, I'm at the doctor's office, 10 a.m., bright and early.
Hello, Mr. Ziegfeld. Good to see you again.
Hello.
Did you talk to your wife?
I did.
And what does she want?
Granite countertops.
Doctor, I have been feeling so exhausted lately.
I think you've been overexerting yourself. How often do you have sex?
Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Take off Wednesday.
I can't.
Why not?
It's the only night I'm with my husband.
All right, Miss Taylor. In order to diagnose your psychosis, I'm going to show you a series of images. And I want you to tell me what you think you see.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
Oof. I would say that's two people making love.
Who's now?
Two more people making love.
Now?
Oh, that's obvious. It's three people making love.
I've come to a conclusion. You are a nymphomaniac.
Oh, what?
A nymphomaniac. You have developed a very unhealthy obsession with sex.
I'm obsessed with sex. You're the one showing me the dirty pictures. Well, I'm afraid to say you're dying.
How much time have I got left?
You got 10.
10 what? 10 years? 10 weeks? 10 days?
10, 9, 8, 7.
You guys are sitting in their doctor's office and they're both very nervous. They start up a conversation. And it turns out they have almost the same symptoms. They both have a ring, a colored ring around Mr. Happy. One guy's ring is red, the other guy's ring is green. First guy goes in and he talks to his doctor. Oh, he's so relieved. Big smile on his face. Don't worry, dude. It's nothing, man. It's no big deal. He feels a little relieved when he goes into his doctor. And he sits there for a second. And then the doctor speaks.
I'm afraid to say you have a very intense case of VD. Your, as you like to call it, Mr. Happy, will have to be amputated.
Amputated? Mr. Happy? What do you mean? The other guy said it was no big deal.
Well, there's a big difference between gangrene and lipstick. I just get out of the shower and I'm drying off. And out of the corner of my eye, I see a little mouse run across the room, run right towards me, right up my leg, and right into my, you know what. So I yell out to my husband, "Boy, come in immediately. It's an emergency. You won't believe this, but a mouse is inside my, you know what."
Doctor, you gotta come quick. You're not gonna believe this. My wife has a mouse in her, you know what? Her, you know what? You know what? Yes! The doctor's gonna be here in 15 minutes. He told me to get a piece of cheddar cheese and wave it in front of her, you know what, and see if I can get the mouse out.
So the doctor shows up 20 minutes later. He walks in to find my husband waving a little herring right over my privates. And he says to him, "What are you doing? I told you to use a piece of cheddar cheese."
I did. I gotta get the cat out first.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Vicky Taylor here. Hello. You enjoying yourself so far?
Yes.
Good. Now I'm going to talk about marriage for a couple of minutes, but before I do that, let me get a poll. Who here has been married or is married currently? Raise your hands. Oh, wow. Just about everybody. My goodness. This couple right here, this couple in the plaid shirt. How long have you been married?
Us?
Yes, the two of you.
37 years.
37 years with the same man.
The same man.
My God, what in the words of Dr. Phil, how's that working for you?
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. Well, that's true, right?
Right.
That's true. I mean, she's being being honest, right? Because, marriage is not for the faint of heart, right? We all know that.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, marriage is a wonderful institution, but who wants to live in an institution? I mean, marriage is definitely a commitment, but then so is insanity. You know what I did before I was married? Anything I wanted. It's unique in that marriage is the only war in which you sleep with the enemy. Did you know that 80% of married men cheat in America? The rest cheat in Europe. Yeah. And married men, if a married man brings home flowers for no reason, believe you me, there's always a reason, right? Yes. They say that married men live longer than single men, but married men are much more willing to die. Yeah. I mean, they also say that marriage is the most beautiful, heartwarming experience a human being can have. Now, I've only been married 5 times, so I haven't seen that side of it yet. Now, the first man I married was Mr. Right. Ooh, Mr. Right. I just never knew his first name was Always.
Always.
I was married by a judge, but I should have asked for a jury. People always ask me, why are you wearing your wedding ring on the wrong finger? I said, because I married the wrong man. My husband always said that marriage and a career don't mix, which is why he never worked. My husband was so cheap. So cheap.
How cheap was he?
How cheap was he? He was so cheap that on Christmas Eve, he fired 1 shot and told the kids Santa Claus committed suicide.
Oh, no.
My shrink asked me questions about my state of mind. She said, did you wake up grumpy this morning? I said, no, I let him sleep. He also said that the subconscious is very tricky, very tricky. Let me give you an example, right? So the other day I'm at the train station and the guy in front of me buying tickets is so flustered by the woman selling the tickets because she's got a great set of arthritis. So he says to her, he says, give me 2 tickets to Pittsburgh. 2 tickets to Pittsburgh. That's it. Oh, God. He was so embarrassed. I said, listen, pal, relax. We all have these Freudian slips. Just the other day, I was at breakfast with my husband, and I meant to say, honey, please pass the sugar. But instead I said, you fucking bastard, you wrecked my life. Well, needless to say, that marriage didn't last long. Right. So I put an ad in the classifieds, right? Husband wanted. The next day I got 100 letters. They all said the same thing. You can have mine.
Yeah.
My second husband, he died from eating poison mushrooms. My third husband also died from eating poison mushrooms. My 4th husband died from severe head trauma. That son of a bitch wouldn't eat his mushrooms. It's also been said that married women tend to be a little heavier than single women. That's because single women come home, they check the refrigerator, and then they go to bed. Married women come home, they check the bed, and they head right for the refrigerator. But I think I finally figured it out with my current husband. We found a way to keep romance alive. So 2 times a week, we go out to a nice restaurant. We order a nice bottle of wine, some good food, dessert, maybe a little nightcap. He goes on Tuesdays, I go on Thursdays. Yeah. But no, seriously, I kid. My current husband, he stole my heart. He stole my heart. And that's not all. He's a kleptomaniac. He steals a lot of things. Sticky fingers he got. Let me tell you about the last time. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. So the other day we go to the market, right? And I tell him before we go into the store, I say, don't even think of walking out with something that you don't plan on paying for, all right? So we go into the market. What do I see him do? He takes a can of peaches, he sticks it in his overcoat. I see this and I'm like, I am out of here. I'm not going to be part of this again. So I go outside the store and I wait for him in the parking lot. 5 minutes later, he comes walking towards the front door. The bells, the whistles go off, and the guard grabs him, says, you're under arrest for shoplifting. So here we are again in front of the judge. The judge says, oh, Mr. Taylor, you're back. You know what they say, 3 strikes and you're out. What did we steal this time? My husband meekly says, a can of peaches. Oh, a can of peaches, you say? Wow. Well, you know what, Mr. Taylor? I'm going to teach you a lesson because apparently you didn't learn it yourself. How many peaches were in that can? He says, I don't know, half a dozen? All right, I tell you what I'm going to do. 6 peaches, 6 weeks in jail. For every peach, you get a week in jail. 6 weeks in jail, he says. I couldn't take it any longer. I raised my hand. I'm like, Your Honor, please, I have to say something. He's my husband. You have to know. He also stole a can of peas. And I leave you with this, ladies and gentlemen, all of you who are married, which apparently is everybody here. Never go to bed angry. Stay up and fight. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, Mickey Taylor, marriage expert at Yes.
You know, Mickey, what? I think I could solve your problem.
Go ahead.
You have never married a Jewish man.
This is true.
Jewish men treat their wives like queens.
Really? Is that what happened to you?
Very funny. Oh my God. I think it's time for Jewish jokes.
Jewish jokes! Wow.
Hey, so this Orthodox man comes to America and saves his money up for 18 years so that he can send his first son to college. And the day comes, the son turns 18 and he sends him away to college. A year later, the kid calls him and says, Dad, I got something to tell you. I decided to become a Christian. Oh, Gewalt! What have I done? What have I done? I can't believe it. I sent my son away from home and he becomes a Christian. What am I going to do? I'm losing the faith. I call the rabbi. He calls the rabbi. Rabbi, you're not going to believe this. My son left home and he became a Christian. And the rabbi says, you too? My son left home and he became a Christian. Oh, Gewalt, what are we going to do? It's all the end of everything. He says, I tell you what we do. We're going to do what Jews always do. We're going to pray. So they get on their knees. They pray to God. Dear God, we need your help. We need a sign. We're losing the faith. Both our sons left home and became Christians. What do we do? And God looks down and he says, you too? And he became a Christian.
Yeah, okay. So this little old Jewish man dies and he goes to heaven. And he's met at the pearly gates by God himself. And he looks around and he says, wow, we really are the chosen people. And God says, not so fast. Actually, I got to be honest with you. You're the third choice. Third choice? What are you talking about? Who was the first? He says, well, first, I went to the Egyptians. And I said, Egyptians, would you like some of my commandments? And the Egyptians said, what are commandments? And God says, well, they're the do's and don'ts of life. They're my laws. For instance, thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill? Are you kidding me? We love to have wars. We have war after war after war. We kill, 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 kill. We love all the blood. We love to war. We're going to pass on the commandments. All right. So God then goes to the Greeks and he says, Greeks, would you like some commandments? And the Greeks said, what are commandments? And God says, they're my laws, the do's and don'ts of life. For instance, thou shalt not commit adultery. Not commit adultery. Are you kidding me? We have orgies all weekend. We're great sexually. Sex. The sexiest people alive. Sex. We're going to pass on your commandments. So finally, God goes to the Jews and he says, Jews, would you like some of my commandments? And the Jews said, how much are they? And God says, for you, my commandments are free. And the Jews said, great, take 10.
Yeah.
I'm a tequila. Hey.
So Morris Feigenbaum turns 85 years old. And his family decides it's probably best if he doesn't live alone anymore. So they decide to put him in a home, a retirement home. And a month later, his grandchildren come to visit. They're very worried about him. They're, Grandpa, are you okay here? Are you happy here? They treat you well? We weren't sure if this was the right place for you. He goes, oh, no. Everybody's so nice to me. The staff is so respectful. They treat everyone with respect. They're very nice here. He says, you see that guy over there? He used to conduct a symphony orchestra. He hasn't played music in 30 years. Everyone still calls him the maestro. And you see that guy? He used to be a heart surgeon. No, he hasn't practiced medicine in 35 years at least. Everybody still calls him the doctor. And me, your grandfather. I haven't had sex in 25 years. And they still call me the fucking Jew.
Yeah.
Hey, so it's Passover, and I decide to take my lunch out in the park. I sit down on the bench and I look across from me, and there's this little old forlorn blind man looking very lonely. So I decide to share my lunch with him. I hand him a big piece of matzah, and he delicately runs his fingers across the cracker, feeling all the nooks and crannies. He says,
who wrote this shit?
Hey, so it's the middle of the night and I have to go potty. So I waddle into the bathroom without turning the light on. And of course, my husband, as usual, has not put the feet down. I sit down on the toilet and I fall completely in the commode. Splash! And so there I am, and I'm twisting, and I'm turning, and I'm tugging, and I'm lunging, and I'm trying everything I can to get out of the toilet, but I can't move. So finally, I have to wake up my husband. Morty, come quick. I'm stuck in the commode.
Oh my God. Here, I'll help pull you out.
Oh,
ready?
Yes.
So I start tugging and twisting and turning and tritting, and I'm gritching and I'm throating, and no, I can't get you out. You're stuck.
Call 911. It's an emergency.
So I call 911. 911. Help. My wife's stuck in the toilet. No, I'm not kidding. Hurry. She's losing circulation.
Yes. So 20 minutes later, the fire department are at our front door. I yell to Morty, please give me something to cover up the lower part of my body. My nether regions are exposed.
Oh my God, the firemen at their door. I think quick. I grab my yarmulke and I toss it right on her Garden of Eden.
Woo!
And I let the firemen in.
So the firemen come into the bathroom, and it's so embarrassing. And they're doing the same thing that Morty and I were doing. And they're twisting and turning and lubing and greasing and pushing and shoving. And after 20 hard minutes, finally, I go flying out of the toilet like a cork out of a bottle.
And the head fire chief comes to me, and he says, I got good news, and I got bad news. I said, what's the good news? He said, we got your wife out. She's fine. She's going to be just fine. What's the bad news? The rabbi didn't make it.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, that was the debut of the Max and Minky Show. We hope you enjoyed yourself. We know we did, right, Max?
I know. What a beautiful audience.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes. Thank you for being here tonight.
you know the difference between British and Jewish?
What?
British people leave and never say goodbye. Jewish people say goodbye and they never leave.
I'm going to. Good night,
All right,
everybody.
one more before we go.
No, Max.
Take my wife, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Max and Minky. We'll be back at 8 o'clock for the Best of the Fest from last year's comics. They will be performing for us live right here on Zoom, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch for the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. We'll see you then.
Hey, Franny.
Yes.
Hi, Henny.
Hi.
We'll be back in 5 minutes if you guys want to chat.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you hear us, Michael?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Fran and Jeremy.
Hi, Michael. Hi, Michael.
Hello. I think he can put us in a separate room, and we can all chat for 2 minutes.
That would be good.
Yeah. I'll text Ryan. He can put us in a breakout room.
In a breakout room? What's that?
So just
It'll
the
be on
three,
Zoom.
4 of us can speak.
Ah. So what did we decide for tomorrow?
I haven't looked yet. We were just eating dinner and then we
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. This is your man with the plan, Rye Armstrong, doing sound and tech in the background. Here for us now is the PSICF Best of the Fest with your host, comedian and actor, Teddy Margus from Netflix's AJ and the Queen with RuPaul, and the host of Hey Queen on Amazon. Here we go.
Yeah. Woo-hoo. Welcome. How's everybody doing? I am Teddy Margus. I will be your host for this evening. I'm having a chilled Sauvignon Blanc. So
Nice.
as the evening goes on, I should look better and get funnier.
The festival that I'm in this week, I have the volume. No, I don't.
Everybody excited for a good show? This is the Tops. A room full of tops. You would think it was not West Hollywood, that's for sure. Real quick story and then we'll start. How's that?
Yeah.
Last year, I hosted Thanksgiving at my house. Now, I love cooking Thanksgiving dinner. Call me crazy, I do. And so around 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, I started doing my Martha Stewart inventory, putting out the table scene, and I realized I didn't have nothing autumnal to put on the table. I didn't have any brown or orange napkins, not a turkey, nada. So I went to Target, where you go. They had 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, nothing. And not because they were sold out. Why? Because they were into Christmas. Okay, cut to August 11th. I'm in Rite Aid. You know what they had at Rite Aid? Halloween candy. On August 11th. Anyway, if you buy your Halloween candy on August 11th, you are either a nutcase or a nutcase, because who buys their candy that early? And this year, Starbucks started selling pumpkin spice lattes on like August 20th. There's something wrong with us, people. We cannot be. We had a heat wave. We just got out of a heat wave. You know what the last thing I want in a heat wave is the butternut squash soup. No, things too early. We've got to stop doing that. No way. Butternut squash soup in August. We're gonna have a heat wave next week. I have to change my Halloween costume to backless and strapless. Well, let's get this flawless show started. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, coming up next is a man after my own heart. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear a woo woo for Brandon Boogie B. Montreal.
Hey. What's up, guys? Good job up there, Teddy. You put in work. You got the hair sticking out of your chest. I love it. So fashionable and through the COVID. I don't see how y'all survived through 2020. This is a crazy year. One of the crazy years I ever been in, that we all ever been in. I'm trying to stay COVID safe. I'm ducking coronavirus like the repo man. Y'all can't see me? Hold on. I'm up here talking. Hold on. Thank you for putting me on the screen there late, Ryan. I wasn't even looking at myself. I was looking at
your video isn't on, my friend. There we go.
Sorry,
There
Ryan.
Video was off.
On the center screen when it's my turn. Don't have me looking at everybody else. All right, I was talking about COVID now. I just want to make sure everybody's safe from COVID-19 because I know I am. I'm not. I'm so cleanly now. I'll park my car in the shower. I will park it in my house. I'm not even. I get out the car, I put gloves, mask, hat, shoes, boots. I'm trying to make sure I do not get no COVID-19. I just got off the plane too. I was on the plane last week, and there was a dude who had his mask on. Hold on, this how he had his mask on. He had it on his face. And then he sneezed and took the mask off. He was like, achoo. Ugh. I was like, put your damn mask back on. I was like, you're supposed to cover the sneeze with the mask. You done sneezed on the whole row, on the F row. You done sneezed on everybody on F. Oh my gosh, we all gonna be sick. I wanted to tell, I did. That's what I said in my head. I wanted to say something to him, but he looked like he could have been a Trump supporter, and I don't want no problem. Hey, I promise you, you would rather talk about a Trump supporter mama than tell them to put their mask on. I dare you. I double dare you. You're gonna have a heavy fight on your hands. Them Trump supporters, they will fight you over a mask. You could be like, hey, your mama smell like 4 armpits. Yeah, like a skunk, a baby skunk. And they'll be like, that's a good one. But if you say put your mask on, what do you mean put my mask on? I'm an American. I am American. I'll never put a mask on. I'll be like, what does American got to do with this damn mask? If I gotta be uncomfortable, you gotta be uncomfortable. Put your mask on. Them and Trump supporters is this is what I like about them. They durable. They endurance is high. They will argue. They will die for President Trump. I don't think we had nobody who was going for Obama who would die for Obama. I mean, I like Obama, but I would not die for. If Obama had COVID-19, I wouldn't go to nothing Barack had. I would be like, oh, you got COVID. You my favorite president, but you got COVID. I'm not coming. Not them Trump supporters. They going regardless, and it takes so much stamina and tenacity to defend him the way they do. I'm so impressed. Any comment you make on social media, anything you say about Trump, they will find your page and talk to you about it. They want to argue the policy. I'm like, you don't even know me. Why are we even going back and forth with this? I don't care. I didn't ask you to defend your president. It doesn't matter what he said. Because he could say right today, Trump could come on the news and say, you know what? Fuck these bitches. He could say that, and guess what? The Trump supporters will be like, well, he wasn't talking about these bitches. He meant the liberal media is what he was trying to say. Like, he just said, but why he didn't say that? Why did he say fuck these bitches? And they be like, well, no, he didn't mean it. See, that's why, because you're on the left. You're a leftist. You don't know what he means. I'm like, okay, well, I'm ambidextrous. First off, I'll go left and right. Nah, I don't care about nothing about these policies. Don't argue with me about nothing. These Trump supporters was the ones that was, I think, when TSA first started telling you to take your shoes off, I think those were the Trump supporters holding the line up. You remember that? I'm not taking my shoes off. I'm an American. It was like, just you look, come here, let me stress you out right fast, because you're a redneck. You didn't even wear shoes in here. You in this airport barefoot. Just go through the thing. You ain't even got nothing to take off. Look at the bottom of your feet. I want you to look at the bottom of your feet, and they look like graham crackers. It look like you're standing on. It look like Goodyear tire feet. It look like Alaskan Husky feet. Why your feet so at the bottom? You just been, and then you complaining about those are the ones you do not want to. You are better. If you get into an argument with Trump supporter, you better be an MMA fighter. I'm gonna tell you that they durable. They are durable. I don't get into it with it. I'm so proud. Oh my goodness. I'm at this post 2020, ladies and gentlemen. I think something got to change in your mind. Like something about the way you think after 2020 should be different than it was in 2019. I promise you. There's no way post 2020 you could possibly be going on date to a restaurant. It's no way. So you telling me I'm supposed to let you sit across the table from me, and I don't even know you. This is our first time and you just gonna talk and take your mask and talk to me? No, we ain't going on no dates. Post 2020, I'm not taking you on no date because I don't want you talking over my food, and I don't want you at my house yet. Now, so we gonna come to a stalemate. Post 2020, fellas, you got to get your money right. Because you can't go on dates. You're gonna have to take them to your house. If you're gonna have to let them see your house very quick in the relationship. And if you got a small bed or whatever's going on in your house, fellas, because you know single fellas, you liable to have a twin bed in your damn house. You bring a grown woman over there. She's like, sir, why is your bed so little? What's going on with your bed? Did you get your stimulus? Did you get the 1,200? Why you didn't get just a man-sized bed? Why you have a twin bed, sir? Your bed look like you sleeping on an iPad mini. How you want to sleep with me and you sleep on a Nike insole? It look like your bed look like a Pop-Tart with no sprinkles. Why is it so little? I'm not like, it's no way. It's no way that you can take women to your house unless you got your money right. Post-COVID, you got to get in shape after that. After you get your money right, you got to get in shape. For one thing, you don't want to be unhealthy around coronavirus. That's just number one. Number two, a protest could break out anytime in 2020. A protest could happen any moment, and you don't want to be done just finished off a whole pound cake, and now you out there protesting, and there's a shooting pop off. You can't even run. And now your pound cake eating ass then got shot. Now look at you. You shouldn't have ate that. You got to get in shape. Post 2020. Get on CMOS, ladies and gentlemen. I know y'all don't know what that is because y'all not black. Black people know how to call CMOS. We take it now. This is the new thing that'll keep you healthy, keep the COVID off you, keep your weight down, keep your metabolism, libido up, everything. CMOS. I'm a CMOS advocate in 2020. I promise you. 2020, moving forward, you have to be in shape. Because for one, you don't know when you get into a protest, you don't know how far that protest going. I got in the protest and I was like, man, we've been walking for a long time. Where we going? They was like, this is the March on Washington. I was like, we in LA. I done already walked y'all to Barstow. What we doing this far away? This about to be the march to the Bellagio because I'm about to go get me a room now. Y'all done walk me halfway to Vegas. So I gotta be in shape. I don't know where these protests is going. I'm telling you. Can't run from, you gotta, I've been, since post-COVID, I've been surfing too, man. I've been doing extreme surfing. Not like surfing like, yeah, I see, right? Not like surfing like y'all would surf, but like internet surfing. That's what I've been doing. I just been internet. TikTok is a real thing, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know what it is, go look it up. It's nothing but ass for some reason. I don't know. It's all shaking asses. I was like, what is all this young ass doing on TikTok? Why is they doing? And it's butt shots. It's no regular booties no more. What happened to the 1998 booty? A 1998 booty was real. It was hard, it was solid, it was firm or whatever. Now everybody got these huge butts. I'm like, why y'all getting all these? I don't want a basketball butt. I want a nice, traditional, homemade meatloaf shaped booty. I don't want Miss Erica, a homemade meatloaf? You know what a homemade meatloaf looks like? The one your grandmother put the onions and the green peppers in the middle. She patted it together. It didn't have no definition. Stuck to your ribs. That's the kind of butt I like to have. In 2020, 2021, I need me some real body parts, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want all them GMOs in your butt. I need a regular, nice, all-natural CMOS filled booty. I am comedian Boogie B from New Orleans, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your time. Have a great night and stay safe.
Boogie B.
Big
Thank
you, Ryan. Thank you, Teddy.
Oh my goodness, Boogie B. I am gonna Google CMOS later. I don't know what that is, but I think I may need it, because I don't have any pants on. I haven't had pants on since March. Okay, let's bring up our next best of the best. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Here is for Corey Kavanaugh.
My God! Oh my God! It feels so good to be here. Only because I had a nervous breakdown today. How many else of us had our daily nervous breakdown? Just crying into our chest, just tears. My titties were wet for most of the day. This year has made me so anxious. Seriously, my ass is more active than Mount Vesuvius. Okay. Carrie's contributing to that because her ass wants to leak out all the time. This is not I should probably see a doctor, but I'm scared to go because if I go to see a doctor, I might get the COVID. So you know what? I'm gonna make a little toilet paper ass tampon and stick it right on with her crying. Just allow that to happen. You know, from 2019, I decided for my New Year's resolution was I was like, I'm gonna lose weight. Because at that point, the only thing that fit me was soft cotton and elastic. And I was like, I'm going to turn this around, Kavanaugh. Something happened. And then COVID hit, and I hit it hard. I was like, well, I can't go anywhere, so I might as well turn into fucking Susan Powder. And started doing workouts every day and shaved my head and bleached it. And on TikTok to preach to the people. It's since grown out. And why? So let's just go back to the sweatpants. Although now I've gotten to the point in quarantine where I say, fuck it. Don't be confused by this décolletage, you guys. I know. Don't be confused by this. I am in my underwear. Oh, we do it now. I'm like, and now that I have all this time to think and be with myself, which is fucking terrifying, with my thoughts anymore, you guys. I would like to get into a fight in a supermarket for someone having more than 10 items in the 10 item or less range. I'm ready. I want to feel some contact. I tried to reconnect with my father. Now I stopped talking to my dad when I was 18 because he was an asshole. And now I'm broke, and I was like, oh wait, he worked for Halliburton for 40 years. That man's got some big rainy money. Let's make amends. And so I did. And now that's stressing me out because now I have to have a relationship with someone that I don't want to fucking talk to. Okay. Back then, now I have to because I need those millions, I'm trying to be a good daughter. And he doesn't have good health. He's got like a heart condition, he's got gout, he's got all kinds of shit, right? And so every time he does call, and it's not just one call, because I might be busy. I might be my little chocha, or I don't know, washing a dish. But he decides to call not once, not twice, guys, 10 times, 10 calls in a row. At this point, I think, oh fuck, this man, he's having a heart attack. And I call him back after the 10th time. He wants to tell me about the latest episode of Last Man Standing and how we got a new transmission. I'm only at the point where I hope COVID takes him out. Let's just end this now and get that money into my bank account. Okay? I'm trying to find the small joys in life, you guys. I started posting all of my junk on OfferUp. Anyone else selling their shit in quarantine? Like, I feel like it allows me to be creative, though. I'm like, what's this trash can my dog pissed on? How can I make that? And I've had a lot of experience of coming up with proverbial deliciousness online and in person. I used to do phone sex. Not as much as I wanted to, only because I have that face. And halfway through the call, my cheeks hit mute, and there's nothing more embarrassing than listening to a man on the other line be like, "Carrie, do you like that? Do you like when I Touch your asshole. You like that word?
No, in front of your mother.
Carrie? Always crack, you guys. Those men, they always crack. Mama's always come, she's watching Golden Girls, okay? All right? I will say this. I feel like I've finally come into my adulthood, and the only reason why I know this is that I am extremely turned on by purchasing home appliances, okay? I found a 0 APR interest credit card for Home Depot to get myself a washer and dryer in my house delivered with a 10-year warranty, and I have not come harder. You guys, I'm Carrie Kavanaugh. Thank you.
Carrie Kavanaugh, yay! I used to do phone sex too back in the day. I told them I had a swimmer's body. I swim. Okay, let's keep the party going. Ready?
Yeah.
Jess Wood.
Everybody, hi, hey. Oh my God, I guess it's the 3 thing with comics, right? Because I also did phone sex, you fucking pervert. Yes. Oh my God. I was the chick who was given all the calls for the weirdest characters. So like I kept a notebook because I had characters like, and you guys know how it works, right? The secretary would call you and they would tell you what the guy on the other line wanted as his fantasy. And so like, I lived in a studio apartment in New York City. And one night my aunt was at my house and I got a phone sex call and the secretary was like, "Hi, Jess, it's the secretary. We have Steve on the other line. Steve would like a 29-year-old Jamaican dominatrix with a shaving fetish." Hang on for Steve, okay? Hang on for Steve. And like you only have as long to think about it, and they click over, right? So they click over, and I'm like, "Hello, Steve. You got me shaving cream over there, boy. Yeah, better get some, bitch, because I'm feeling mighty stubbly." I was requested a lot. I don't mean to brag, but I was requested a lot. And my aunt was at the house that night that I did the Jamaican shaving fetish lady, and I hung up the phone. And as you know, when the guy comes, he hangs up. So it's just like real life. It's just and so I look over to my aunt and I'm kind of like giving her the face of like, that's the bills, which it was barely the bills really. And my aunt looks at me and she goes, "Oh, you're very good. I got a little wet." I'm like, "Okay." This is my aunt, my wonderful Aunt Vicky in New York City. The Jewish, the sister of my Jewish mother, who I didn't know was a Jew. She got a nose job and changed her name before I was born. So, pride, Jewish pride. That's where I come from. And so my aunt, it's like I never put it together because my mom raised me in Los Angeles. Don't do that to a child, by the way. Don't raise a child in Los Angeles. That's just child abuse, especially if you're a vegan on welfare. Hi. On welfare. I don't know. The government's giving away free meat and free cheese. Oh God, Jesse, do you know what meat and cheese will do to your colon? No, Mom, I'm full. No, I have to say just really fast, like rest in peace, Eddie Van Halen. I mean, what a finger bang master. Do you know what I mean? Like just hoodly. Like I have gotten the best finger bangs to Eddie Van Halen songs. You guys, I mean, any other Gen Xers in the room? Because wow, I'm pretty sure I lost my virginity to Eruption. Did anybody? Oh my God. I miss being on the outside, but I was stuck in the quarantine with a boy for a second, a boy man. He was of age, but not mentally, And he and I decided to take mushrooms, which is always a great idea when you can't leave a small space.
Oh shit.
He made us mushroom tea and we drank the mushroom tea. And I won't go into the whole story, but the apartment, well, it was set on fire. It was set on fire. I mean, you're not having a good trip unless something is burning, right, guys? You know. A lot of people ask me, Jess, did you kick him out after he lit fire to your apartment? And I said, no, of course not. No, that's minor. I come from more major than that. So a few nights later, after the burning of the floor, the neighbor upstairs who just moved in nights before decided to throw his furniture down the stairs at 4 a.m. So he's throwing his furniture down the stairs at 4 a.m. and there's crashing and banging and glass breaking and wood splintering. And all of a sudden, everyone in the apartment building is kind of leaned out of their doors to figure out what's going on. And you hear my upstairs neighbor scream out in the night, "Shut the fuck up, you crackhead!" The gentleman who was throwing his furniture screamed back, "Hey, everybody smokes crack once in a while." And that, my friends, I don't know if that's my time, but that feels like about.
Good. You, Carrie, and I next year should do a whole show like phone sex monologues. Call it Call Girl. Did you hear that? Call Girls. Okay. Is Dante Nero here? Because if he is, we got you next. Come on for Dante Nero. Yay!
Dante? Is there a Dante?
Dante.
A little segue from Showgirls. Okay, let's move on to the next, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, she's been anxiously waiting to come on. Put your hands together for Annalise Hernandez Decker.
Hi, everybody. I'm using this amazing virtual background, but every so often it makes me look like I have wooden teeth. So just keep an eye out for that.
You're welcome for that.
I have all my teeth. I just want everybody to know. I actually just watched Showgirls. Oh, what a beautiful piece of cinema. I recommend it for anybody who hasn't seen it. It's equal parts arousing and horrifying. I don't know. A little bit about me and this wooden tooth. I was raised in America's heartland by a single mother who went on to become a lawyer. I'm not running for office. I just want you to know that I have the backstory to do it if I want to. I always lived with my mom, but my dad was still a part of my life. I just never lived with him, which was fine at the time. But now that I'm older, like, we're not as close as I am with my mom. Like, at this point, my dad is more like an ex-husband. Because I still use his last name, even though he has a new family and still owes me child support. I've been trying to get out of my comfort zone in quarantine, trying to do some stuff I wouldn't normally do. For me, that's watching horror movies. Because, you know, I'm a woman, so if I want to be scared, usually I could just, like, look for my car at night. But a few months into quarantine, I was anxious to feel like anything at all, so I wasn't afraid anymore, you know, because startled. But not to spoil it for you, it came out a very long time ago, but it's about a couple that is, you know, they're in this house and they have like a presence. And I realized by the end of the movie that I was actually jealous of them because they got to have a visitor. I would take a ghost at this point just to have somebody to have brunch with. You know what I mean? I've also been reading some like self-improvement books, some personal development. I was reading this one book called The Universe Has Your Back, and it's about how you can like ask a question and the universe will deliver some sort of sign to help you figure it out, right? So I'm reading this book and I go out to my car one day and there is 3/4 of a dead pigeon on the hood of my car.
Oh.
And I was like, is this the sign from the universe? Because it feels really aggressive, first of all. And I don't remember asking any questions to which this would be an appropriate response. But it gets even worse than that. I then set women back like 10 years because I stopped a man on the street and asked him to get rid of this dead bird for me because I didn't want to deal with it, you know? Like, call me old-fashioned. I just think that disposing of a dismembered bird carcass is men's work. I was also watching that cheerleading documentary on Netflix. This might surprise some people, but I was actually a cheerleader in high school and college. And the reason, oh, thank you. The reason I know that surprises people is because cheerleaders are generally considered like perky. And I have never once been described that way. Trying not to laugh so this tooth thing doesn't happen. Totally yellow butter teeth. So we were watching this documentary. I was watching it with my fiance, and I was trying to explain to him that cheerleading isn't just about cheerleading. You know, it's about discipline. It's about taking constructive criticism. It's about humility. And he started looking up cheer camps for women in their 30s because I appear to have left those qualities on the mat. I do have a fiance. I hate saying that because people always ask like what your wedding plans are. And it's 2020, so my wedding plans pretty quickly went from like an open bar with a mid-century aesthetic to like technically legal and not too close to a dumpster. You know what I mean? So planning's going really well. I prefer to say that we've made a gentleman's agreement where if he wants to kiss somebody else, he has to give me half his stuff. When we got engaged, people were asking me, you know, like, did you know it was coming? Did you expect it? And I have to admit, I had suggested it a few times. But the actual weekend, I was suspicious because usually I'm the planner in our relationship. And he had like booked a hotel and he had made a dinner reservation and it was just those two things, but that was enough that I knew something was up. And I just think that's so funny that the most suspicious thing a man can do is like plan anything. Like I was like, he's either going to propose or leave me in a ditch. Either way, I'll be yelling at him sooner or later. I'll leave you guys with this. My fiance and I are both from Chicago, and I learned something about being from Chicago in the before times that being from Chicago makes me bad at. And I had gone to this like murder mystery dinner theater performance, and you know, they do. Some of you are clearly familiar with this form of entertainment. So you go, you know, they do this little skit and there's like, you know, actors, plants in the audience, and they try to like give you clues, and then they come around, they ask you what you think happened. So they came around to me and they were like,
well, wait a minute, I should go. You can have your room. I just was so
I want to know what this conversation is. Fascinating. I want to make sure that whoever needs the room got the room. Okay. So as I was saying, murder mystery dinner theater. So they come around and they ask you, you know, what do you think happened? And they got to me and they were like, Miss, who do you think the murderer is? And I looked at her and I was like, I didn't see shit. I ain't no snitch. Because that's how I was raised. Thank you guys so much. I mean,
Annalise, I love this too. It's a grill. It looks like a grill, not a wooden tooth. You're very Madonna, circa 2000. Trust me, flawless. Okay, guys, ready for your next comic?
Yeah!
Of course, please welcome Saku Yanagawa.
Hey, hi guys. My name is Saku Yanagawa and I came all the way from Japan.
Hey!
Hey. Have you ever seen Japanese guy on a comedy show before? Oh, me neither. But I'm based in Chicago right now, and America is very interesting to me, actually. But I think recently, America uses the term hero too much. Because I went to the restaurant the other day, and at the entrance, I found a poster. It said, wear a mask, be a hero. Are you guys sure? Can you guys be a hero just wearing a mask? I mean, if so, we Asians have been a hero for fucking 40 years. And I think hero is matter of perspective. I mean, your greatest hero during World War II is my grandpa's greatest enemy. I mean, it's a bit harsh, but you know, it's true. Because 10 years ago, my American friend took me to the Cubs game, baseball game actually. Then at the beginning of the game, announcer said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and take your hat off and give it up for World War II hero, Sergeant blah blah blah." Then everyone stood and clapped like, "Woo!" But I didn't know if I should, because, you know. But I didn't want to be disrespectful, so I stood and clapped twice. One for each bombs. Too soon, guys. But but anyways, I still remember in February, Donald Trump called coronavirus China virus.
Yeah.
That was crazy, actually, because in March, I got up on stage in Chicago, and one of the audience member yelled at me like, "Hey, Corona!" That guy was drinking Heineken at that time. So I'm like, "Hey, waiter, please bring 5 fucking Corona beer for that racist." And who pays? Mexico. That's what Trump supporters said, probably. But yeah, I still think Trump should have coronavirus, yellow fever instead. Okay, only a few people get it. Yeah, because yellow fever is name of disease, but at the same time, you know, it's people who are obsessed with Asian women, like me. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but there are a lot of interracial couples in, you know, even here in Chicago, even back in Japan, which is great. But somehow, most of the time, white men and Asian women, and I'm tired of them actually.
Yeah.
So when I see them, I think, wow, that motherfucker steals our national resources. That's a bit harsh, but you know, some of you can understand probably. For example, when you find a beautiful woman and ugly man in the same car, you wish, oh, that guy must be an Uber driver, right? And I always look for the Uber sticker to see if she's available for pickup. And I can give her 2 minutes quick ride if she requests. Yeah, I mean, you know, I just got a job as an Uber driver, if you want to know what I mean. Yeah, I'm a true hero. But I think America is still interesting to me. For example, like recently, somehow Japanese anime pornography has been big in this country, called hentai. But that's strange to me. I mean, they masturbate to Japanese cartoons. I can't do the same. I mean, I cannot masturbate to American cartoons. SpongeBob will never make me come. I haven't tried. Yeah. Also, like, I got surprised. Many people in America got tattoo on their body. Actually, it's cool. But in Japan, having tattoo traditionally means joining Japanese mafia called Yakuza. So you cannot go to public swimming pool if you have tattoo. So when I came to Chicago for the first time, I thought, wow, Japanese mafia finally expanded their territories. And most of the members are white men with mom buns. Yeah. Also, like, I realized, some people like samurai culture here in America. Then, speaking of samurai, probably the stereotypical image of them, samurai sword. But the thing is, samurai didn't actually use samurai sword, because at that time of samurai, they have no chance to use it because there is no war. But they practice with it every day and sharpen it to prepare for the war. So it's just like my dick. I have no chance to use it, but every day I practice and sharpen it. Which is SpongeBob.
SpongeBob.
Yeah, I'm finally Americanized, guys. Yeah. So, but I think, I'm Americanized so much recently that I get offended easily. Because I was waiting for my friend at Starbucks last winter. A random guy came up and he said, "Oh, I hope it's White Christmas." I'm like, "Excuse me?" I got offended. That's unfair. There's White Christmas and Black Friday, but there's no Asian holidays. Should we keep working every day? Okay, we can take over Labor Day. Okay, I thought that was a good punchline. But finally, I traveled many countries for comedy, and my favorite country was Scotland, the UK, because their Scottish vocabulary is different from American. For example, French fry is chips, elevator is lips. Sorry, elevator is lift, and garbage is rubbish, and Trump is cunt. My name is Saku Yanagawa. Thank you so much.
Hunt is universal, auntie. Yay! All right, we're gonna keep it rolling. Let's hear it next for Bill Larkin.
Hello! Chicago here as well. This is amazing. I think we're at the halfway. Thank you, Tony. I think we're at the halfway mark in the show. Is everybody having a good time so far?
Yeah!
All right. Well, I'm here to put a grinding halt to that. So here we go. I wear a hat now. I never have before, but I wear a hat now. I like my new hat. I bought it in February before all this shit happened. I bought it in St. Louis. When I was visiting St. Louis, I walked into this hat store and I tried this one on. And the guy at the hat store saw me try this one on, and he looked at me and said, "Dude, that's the one. Dude, that's the one." So I never have before. It hides my bald spot. It's a little itchy, but it's fine. My mom likes the hat. She told me so over the weekend, but she doesn't like the stubble. I wear a hat now. I wore the hat for a week, and people said, nice hat. And then one day, I just decided to leave it at home. And a friend met up with me and said, hey, where's your hat? And I said, it's at home. And he said, don't you like it anymore? And I said, yes, I still like the hat, but I don't feel the need to wear it every day. So today I just decided to leave it at home. And he said, oh, okay. I thought you looked good when you were wearing it. And then he walked away and he seemed kind of sad. So I wear a hat now. I don't know when I want to wear the hat. I mean, I wear it here in Chicago where the temperature is cold. So I tried this hat on with a pair of 180s. Those are the earmuffs. But I thought the hat with the earmuffs looked kind of weird. So I took this hat off and I put on a winter hat instead. And then I took the winter hat off and I put this hat back on. And then I looked in the mirror with this hat and the earmuffs and I thought, well, they don't look that weird together, but other people think that it does look weird. So I took this hat off and put the winter hat back on. And then I took the winter hat off and I put this hat back on. And then I took this hat off and I put the winter hat back on. And took this hat off and put the winter hat back on. Took the winter hat off and I put this hat back on. And then I said, I'm a grown man. I can wear whatever the fuck I want to wear. I don't know how to dress myself. I wear a hat now. Why do I wear a hat now? I mean, well, clearly I'm enjoying the attention. I said, clearly I'm enjoying the attention. But you don't wear a hat for the attention. You don't wear a hat just for the attention. You wear a hat because you like the way it looks and not for the attention. If I wanted to do something for attention, I would go out on the street right now and I would scream at the top of my lungs, what the fuck is happening to the country? Why don't we put our cell phones down, do something about our problems? Why would I care about anything Donald Trump has to say? Why am I even saying his name? Why do we suddenly have a problem with Nazis? Do we always have a problem with Nazis? How long is COVID going to be here? Why don't people fucking wear masks? Why people aren't going to vote? What the fuck is happening in the world? But I don't do that. I wear a hat now. Never have before, but I wear a hat now. I like the new hat. I'm a guy who wears a hat now, but not all of the time. I see it in the mirror, and it makes me feel good. And in 2020, anything that makes me feel good is good. So I wear a hat. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, I wear a girdle now. I wear a girdle now. Okay, let's keep it going. Our next comic has a comedy special on Amazon Prime. I've seen it. It's amazing. It's called Sleazy Does It. Put your hands together for Sally Mullen.
Yeah.
I wear a mask now.
You look younger. No one calls me ma'am anymore. I kind of like it. Oh, Bill, your hat looks great. Thank you guys for coming out. Palm Springs International Comedy Festival 2020, the year everything turned from literally to virtually. Who still thinks 2020 is going to be their year? You still think 2020 is going to be your year? You're a serial killer. I love Zoom. I love Zoom because it makes me look skinny and I'm not going to get a DUI. I don't need it. I don't need it. I'm aware that I'm getting to the age where it looks like I cast spells. Get what I want. I have got to work out like every single day just to try and stay in shape. Like I have to live the lifestyle of an athlete to get the body of a crack whore. Looks are gonna change, younger women. Just roll with it. Yeah, I used to look like a soccer mom, and now I look like a soccer mom who walked out on her kids. Do weird shit on Zoom.
On Zoom.
Hey, remember the start of lockdown? Oh, by the way, I don't care if I look like I have wooden teeth because I'm British. That was I was born in England. Yeah, I moved to Florida when I was 9, and some people said that cancels the England out. But remember the start of lockdown when a lot of people stopped showering? And that's cool, but I just want to know, where did you cry? And I remember waking up and going, whoo, gosh, is this COVID-19 or menopause 51? Yeah, the minute lockdown started, my period stopped. Like I got laid off dick. Furloughed from fucking. Hey, don't worry, younger girls. Menopause is cool as long as you're already crazy. Younger girls in here, listen, if the guy you like is not showing you the love you need, then you need to find another guy who looks like that guy who looks like your dad. Daddy issues? Who's got them? Hey, it's okay. I'm living proof they never go away. And so the guys in LA, they've got daddy issues too. They won't let you call them daddy in bed. Okay, Papa. You guys are a good crowd. That's right, Charlotte. Get your fucking, you know what? Yeah, we got to keep looking good because we have to look good without pants. I feel you. Cool. You're totally worth getting a ring light for. I love it. I'm so glad I made my green card husband set up the ring light. It's awesome. And yeah, all right, I know that you need a laugh, but we need your laughs. Yeah. I've been an up-and-coming comedian for the past 20 years. I've been called one to watch by the suicide hotline. And you know what they say, laughter is the best medicine, especially when there's no vaccine. For a year. But I got the light. But I'll tell you what though, we will come back.
and I will be back in the bars, and I'll want to meet a man in the bars, but every guy will be like, why can't I meet anyone? Why can't I get laid? Where are all the sluts? Look up. I'm right here. I've been here for years. Stop scrolling, start screwing. So weird being frustrated with the younger generation, but I still want to date you. It's like, you kids, get off my lawn and come inside. I have beer. Just beer, though. I can't fix you anything to eat. So here's my pitch. I'll run the world like a single mom, but I'll feed you like a single dad. All right, that's it. Happy 2020. Thanks for coming. You guys rock. Give it up for Teddy Margus.
The year of the WAP. Come on, that's all. We need a woman as president. Isn't that what WAP is? Okay, the next comic coming up. Him and I go way back. I knew him when he was an itty-bitty little baby twink. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's hear it for Christopher Bryant.
Yay! You guys, thank you, Teddy. Give it up for Teddy for being a great host. This is like the nicest show I've ever done. I love that someone was like full on playing a game of Pac-Man during Sally's set. Everyone in the chat was talking as if it was like a murder mystery party. Like, who did it? We gotta find them. This is amazing. My name is Chris. Sometimes people get confused as to what gender I am, and I get it. You look at me and you're like, is that a beautiful gay man or a woman's tennis champion? You know? Who knows? I'm non-binary. I don't care whatever pronouns people use for me, he, they, she, whatever. Though I've learned that like at Trader Joe's, usually the pronouns people give me are ma'am, which is confusing to me. I'm like, well, I'm never even dressed up when I go to the grocery store. Like, usually I'm just in like sweatpants and no bra on, you know? I'm like, why am I being called ma'am? Is it just like my slender body or just like all of the LaCroix in my part? I feel like at this point, I'm just like a stereotype of a queer millennial. Like if there was like a millennial bingo, like my whole card would be filled. It'd just be like non-binary, on the autism spectrum, gluten-free, like had to ask parents for money, doesn't know where to buy stamps, bingo. I am on the autism spectrum. Being on the spectrum and being queer feels a lot like being an alien. Like I don't understand people. I just tend to like watch them from a distance. Also, like I keep anally probing them at 2 a.m. That's sex joke number 1. Am I right, ladies? Okay. By the way, I'm like watching in gallery mode, which is so fun. I feel like I'm like looking on a Grindr screen because half of the people are like not even displaying their photos. Charlotte is on a full-on Peloton workout. I am living for it. You go, girl. It's amazing. Also, I just want to say hi to Max because I'm like being awkward and I just say hi to people in the middle of my set. Anyways, I found out, as you can tell, like as I do this awkward transition, I found out that I was on the autism spectrum like very late in life. And I think it hit out on me for the longest time. I would say brutally honest remarks at the wrong time. And people will just be like, oh, he's just gay. Like there's a very thin line between like, do they have autism or is it a bitchy queen? You know what I mean? Like, are they on the spectrum? Are they just spilling the tea? Like I would just go to parties and I'd be like, hello, shoes are dirty. Did you grow up poor as a child? And people would just be like, oh, shade. Oh, you read her. I'm just trying to connect. I just went to like a girls' night before the pandemic, and I quickly learned that like white girls drunk on rosé, very similar to me, like sober with autism. Like apparently, like it's appropriate girls' night to just start crying. So like my friend Sam started like crying because she missed her boyfriend. Then I started to cry because I didn't like the way my leather boot touched me. They were talking, they're like, oh my God, I feel like I was born in the wrong generation. I wanted bell bottoms. And they asked me, they were like, Chris, like if you were born in any generation, like what generation would you want to exist in? Which is a very weird question to ask a queer person. Like as a queer person, there's very few generations we could exist in. Like for us, it's either like ancient Greece or after Glee. That's it. And here's the thing, like I see like the youngest generation with their like their iPads and their nut allergies and like gay couples becoming prom king and queen. I'm like happy for them, but also like slightly pissed off because I know that I missed the window of happiness by this much. You, Teddy's giving me a thumbs up. You understand? I just feel like if I went to school in 2020, I'd just be like, I'm queer on the spectrum. I own this school. It would just like be me. My best friend would be like in a wheelchair. I'd be like Ludwig EpiPen. These light up shoes aren't gonna walk themselves. Like we would run shit. We would be the bullies. I would just be like, hey, give me your lunch and tell your mom to pack it gluten-free this time. Got IBS, I take no BS. Ludwig, let's roll. Thank you. I'll end on this one. By the way, your tech person, Paul, is so cute. He looks like the one person that survived in Rent. He's like the one dude that I keep getting like that 5,000. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'll end on this. I was very lucky. I went on vacation last year. I went to Puerto Vallarta. Have any of you guys been to like one of those like all-inclusive resorts in like Mexico or anything? Teddy's is not. He's smarter than that. Here's the thing that I learned. Like those all-inclusive resorts, like 90% of the people that go there are like white, fat Trump supporters. So it was like me and my gay friends with like a bunch of Trump supporters. There was one day I was waiting for my friend for lunch and a guy stood up, pointed at me, and I'm sorry to offend you, but he said, oh, look, a real life faggot, which was horrifying. It was one of the worst moments of my life. It made me feel terrible. And I was scared, but also like weirded out because like the guy wasn't trying to be rude. Like he was just like really excited to see like a real life faggot. So I'm like, oh no. And now I have to be like the faggot like representation for this entire vacation. Like I have to do things gay now. Like show them how like gay people eat tacos, which is just like without the hard shell and no meat and no cheese, and it's just a margarita. Okay, thank you guys. Bye. Give it for the best host ever, Teddy.
Hey, always remember, my young ones, all inclusive is never inclusive.
Oh, I get it.
Put your hands together for the awesome Morgan James.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Yeah, let's go, man. I swore right away. What's up, everybody? Me in my bedroom. What's going on with you? Just like Bill Larkin, I do music comedy, which everybody knows is the most respected of the comedy art forms. Everybody loves music comedy. Everybody loves music comedy. So I am a Brazilian and Italian, which makes me Persian somehow. I don't know why. First of all, can we give it up for Holland McFallister? She's got the fan blowing on her like she got the Farrah Fawcett vibes. Go on with your fat self, girl. Okay, get it? Yeah. See what else we got going on in the chat, yeah. Max, I know you're running the show. I like that you're eating right now, taking a food break. I love you. We can see you gobble, gobble, gibbly, gibbly, goobly, globblies. What else we got going on in the a lot of people have their stuff. Give it up for Charlotte Wilson Langley, who is legitimately has a cat and she's on it. She's literally riding a stationary bicycle right now. Do you see that? Do you see her riding a stationary bike right now? That's what I like to see, multitasking. I want to show up to the Palm Springs Festival, but I gotta burn those calories. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, guys. So, my name is Morgan J. I'm gonna sing you. I got the auto tune on.
Okay, so we're gonna do this song for you guys. This is about when you go. Let me turn that off.
Let me go down a little bit through. Okay, so this is about when you are on a Zoom call or a Zoom chat and you forgot to turn your mic off and you forgot to turn your camera off, and that's what this song is about. I hope you like it. Here we go. Yeah, I messed up. Trying to do everybody knows everybody's secrets. Woo! School's out, office is closed. Home alone, binging my favorite TV shows on my computer, cause I got class. So I logged on to the Zoom chat, but I forgot that I had Taco Bell for lunch. And in my tummy something's going on. So I turn my camera off, put my mic on mute, and take my laptop with me to the bathroom. While I do a number two, something's not right. I look in the chat where somebody typed,
Hey bro, your camera's still on. We can see everything coming out your
asshole. Zoom chat, now everybody knows all my secrets. Zoom chat, now everybody knows all of my secrets. Today my company had a Zoom conference call, but like I don't even care at all. My girlfriend's over and she's chilling on the side. I see a little twinkle in her eyes, so I turn my camera off, put my mic on mute. Don't want my coworkers to see the dirty shit I do. My girlfriend's like, and then I get a text from my boss too. He's like, Morgan, we could see you having sex. I'm sorry, but you're fired. I messed up on the Zoom chat. What? I messed up. Guys, I'm so sorry. My roommate's yelling something at me. Hold on, I gotta give me one. I'm so sorry. What? I'm gonna mute my camera and my mic real quick. 1 second. Messed up the bit. I messed up the bit. Okay. What? I'm in the middle of an important show, bro. I muted myself so they can't see us have this fight. Stop interrupting me. I'm not using your dryer sheets to wipe my butthole. Get out of my room. Sorry about that. Okay, let me unmute myself. Here we go. I messed up on the Zoom chat. Now everybody knows all of my secrets. Ooh, messed up on the Zoom chat. Now everybody knows all of my secrets. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah. Hey, keep it
Teddy,
going.
Marcus, bring it back to Teddy. Let's go.
Coming from you live from his Purple Palace Sexton. Pop more again. I don't know which way you swing, but call me. Okay, 2 more and we're good. Put your hands together for Kristen Lundberg.
Hello, my name is Kristen Lundberg. I am part Irish, part Cocker Spaniel. From my sugar bush. All right, bushy. I'm from Dayton, Ohio. And Dayton, Ohio is the birthplace of aviation. After that, Dayton took birth control. That was it. That was everything. Except for square cut pizza. Invented that.
Square pizza.
Only because Dayton families start at 20 people. So that's why. Today's story is about family. About my sister's wedding, actually. My sister got married in a train museum, which was really poetic. It was very poetic. Her wedding was a train wreck. Okay. There was rain. Okay. And you know what they say about rain on your wedding day? It takes longer for the police to get there. And they had the wedding reception at an old school pub. All right, everything was all 1800s. All the employees wore pilgrim dress. They served period beer, which is beer that is 75 degrees. Typical pilgrim temperature, I guess. And hot beer leads to a hot temper, okay? And my dad and the groom started fighting, all right? They started yelling. They were getting loud, crazy. All right, now something about my dad you need to know is my dad is an aerospace engineer. So he brought a lot of plane energy to the train wedding. And my dad is a super nerdy guy, okay? So nerdy basically is science. For example, I'd be like, hey, Dad, what's up? And he'd be like, up is a directional vector with no force. Then he would turn into a bat and disappear into a black hole. Every time. Now, Jameson, the groom, okay, Jameson is a general manager at Casano's Pizza. Casano's Pizza is the inventor of square cut pizza. All right. So we have two very high status characters. Okay, they're going at it. Just going at it. Okay. Does my face look weird? Can you guys see me okay? All right. Good. All right. So very high status character. And the pilgrims, they're running around. They didn't know what to do. They said, oh my God, did we call the police? I don't know. Has the phone been invented yet? Lady, the phone was invented by Alexander Graham Bell in Cincinnati, and it's going to be another decade before that technology gets to Dayton, Ohio. Okay, I said, let me handle this. Let me handle this. I know the only way to get these two grown men to stop arguing is to resort to violence. So this is a violin, otherwise known as a Catholic vibrator. I've been playing violin for 20 years. I played at my grandmother's deathbed. Right before. When I die, I want to become a cadaver. College boys punch me again. You know what I'm saying? So my sister is 21 years old. I'm 32. She just got married. Prince. I'll say my mama always talks. Randy, put your belt back on. He's not your son. Don't whoop him. You better belt. Quit licking the ice sculpture. And don't taste that good. It don't taste like anything but water. Don't try to put it in the cup. Come on. My sister wanted me to wear a green dress to her wedding. I like wearing green. Because it makes me look like I'm into elf culture. Spring commercial looking. What a motherfucking bitch. Divorce. I know that's sad. Kristen, don't joke about that. Why would you do that, me? Because it's funny. Because my parents were in the middle of a divorce for 20 fucking years. It's Ohio, am I right? Go Buckeyes! And welcome to the family, Jameson. I know you're not watching because you don't participate in any of our family activities.
Guys, don't say anything. You can't see because my hair is dark. But a fly landed on me. I think there's a fly infiltrating all the TV shows and landing on gay men. Okay, we have one more, and this one, let me tell you. Wow.
Ronaldo.
Yes, it's Ronaldo. Thank you. Ronaldo is next. Of the best winner last year. So you are in for a treat. Is the fly on me? Put your hands together for Ronaldo Evans!
Nice. All right, I had to use my own music because everybody had music. So great to see you guys. Thank you all for coming out, man. It's been a terrific time. I want to tell everybody who's back in LA, you're spoiled and you're not treating yourself. You're comedians. You're supposed to leave. Why would you stay? As soon as we found out they canceled all my shows, I left LA. I came down south to take care of my family. And let me tell you guys, this has been heaven for comedy. Oh my God. My grandmother, she's real religious. She's Jehovah's Witness. So every time I go see her, she's telling me, God's coming back, baby. It's the end of the world. I'm like, no, you're 86. It's the end of the world for you. Okay, so I'm trying to get you okay? I'm not dying. You might die. Your doors, don't let anybody in. And it's the best thing because she's hard-headed. Every time I go by, she's doing something very religious. Last time I went to her house, she was having the Jehovah's Witness Bible meeting. And I was like, what are you doing? She's like, we got to read the book. I'm like, there's a cell phone. Fucking read over that now. You're going to die. And I'm literally like coming to the hospital to save you. Man, this has been fun, man. Like the best thing about it is I broke up with my ex before I left because it was expensive. And I know this COVID transition of staying home has been very hard on the women, but I got to tell you something, ladies, the guys are loving it. Oh my God. I talk to my friends, everybody's like, man, I am saving a ton of money. What about yourself? I'm not going on any dates. You know what I mean? All the females who hated me, I just send a text and they love me. Like this one girl I broke up with, she told me I wouldn't go to church with her. She told me I was the devil. And I texted her, I was like, hey, how are you doing? She called me immediately and I was like, I'm the devil. But clearly you're after demon dick because you're lonely right now. It shows you what's real. We're all going to be more appreciative of people when we get out of this. Me, I'm not. The South, I'm telling you right now, white people, you have so much to answer for because this has been the best. It's like it's free, it's wide open down here. Nobody cares. Everybody's like, fuck it, we're going to the beach. Every day's beach day. I'm loving it. Besides that, man, I don't know. It's been fun. Transitions in the world. You know what I mean? Like I pay attention to politics, and not because I care. I'm not left or right. I'm black. Whoever wins, my life's not gonna get better. I don't give a shit. But the funniest thing about politics right now for me is just watching white people fight white people. It's like, holy shit. White people used to blaming you guys all along, but to see you each blame each other now, this is the best. You know what I mean? Because people are like, there's no white privilege in the world. I'm like, there's 80 white guys at the Capitol with AKs. Are you serious? We get shot for toy guns. This is insanity. I love it. This is the best, though. I think this is the best vacation I've ever had in my life. It is. Because I was in LA, we were all doing the hustle and bustle. Nobody was getting any sleep. We're all driving around midnight hours, doing the best we can to survive. And now, we're just robbing people. We're doing what we always wanted to do. All right? Anybody else? Anybody else resort to crime? Anybody else just not give a fuck anymore? You know what I mean? Like, I wear a mask, but not because I'm trying to be safe. I'm just trying to be fashionable. Like, I don't know if you could tell this mask. Look, it's got like print on it. It's got snake print. Dope. Because I'm a narcissist. I'd rather be fashionable than safe. You know what I mean? Who cares if it's N95? I just want to look fly. I don't give a shit. Serious. I brushed my beard before I came on here. I was like, what am I doing? It's insanity. I talked to one of my homeboys. He was like, man, I just want to open the barbershop back up. I was like, why? You're not going anywhere. There's no clubs. There's no more hoes. Like,
Sorry, I don't know what song this is.
Who's that? Whose grandma's got online and doesn't know what they're doing? The best thing about tech. Like, everybody's realized, hey, I think my working staff's too old now. What do you mean? They don't know how to use Zoom correctly. Like, really? I gotta click a fucking link and wait? God. I mean, literally, comedy has never been greater. You get to go on the news. Even the news is funnier than everybody. I get to see people's mom's titties in the background. I thought my mom wasn't embarrassed. Hey, never got naked in front of my whole classroom. I tell you that much. Oh man, this has been great. But the craziest thing is just to see how loose everybody is. You know what I mean? Because guys, we got to pull back, man. You know what I mean? Like, I've been trying to center myself and be more not Christian or spiritual, but more grounded. You know what I mean? Like, I see naked posts on Instagram because all the women are naked. They're dying for likes and appreciation. Nobody's getting free drinks anymore. Just Max. Max, what are you doing? Max, you just making it. So nobody's getting free drinks anymore. So everybody's naked online. Guys, scroll past them. No more likes, okay? Until they create an OnlyFans page, don't like nothing on their page, okay? That's the goal for 2020. Everyone gets the OnlyFans page. That's the only way I'm liking it. And I'm doing it for free. So what else has happened? I don't know, man. I mean, almost got arrested coming down here, which is weird because I drive a Prius, and black people in Priuses should never get pulled over. You know what I mean? Because it's weird because I have a Prius. So like, and I usually park in odd places, and I see white people who want to call the cops on me, but they're like, he's in a Prius. He's probably an Uber driver. There's nothing, I'm gonna if I fuck somebody's ride up, you know what I mean? I'm gonna intrude upon this white person trying to get to the airport. So that's wild. But it was a mistaken identity. It wasn't me. It was a black guy with the afro. Clearly, I have dreadlocks, but cops. You got to be more careful. But I will say this: the best thing about being in the South is I've gotten away from $20 salads. Salads are regular priced in the South. They're $3.99 again, and they come on top of your burger like they're supposed to. Okay? No, but I will say I do miss LA because in the South it's too many crazy rednecks down here. You know what I mean? And don't get me twisted, there's crazy white people in LA too. You just gotta watch them. Before COVID hit, I was at a vegan restaurant. My friend was like, "You're gonna love it here. Food's terrific, Ronaldo. It's right up your alley." And I spotted a crazy white guy, and I was like, "We gotta get our food to go because that dude's dangerous." And he was like, "Him?" I was like, "Yes." And he was like, "What's dangerous about it?" I'm like, "One, he's eating cookie with a fork and a knife. That's the signs of a crazy person. Nobody eats a cookie with a fork and a knife." And then I saw the waiter bring out his dinner to him. I said he ate dessert before dinner and he's drinking water. This motherfucker's crazy. I'm not eating dinner here. I'm not dying, okay? Anytime I see something weird, I just start staring at white people and I start singing Sting to myself. Every step you take, every move you make, try to sneak away and shoot up this place. I'll be watching you. You're not gonna kill me. I did not escape the South to die in a vegan restaurant in LA, okay? It's been fun, guys. And I really want to tell everybody, call your cousins, your family members in the South, and explain to them what this disease really is, because my grandmother has been fucking it up since I got here. She just misuses all the words. They're all wrong. She was like, baby, I think Trump atopic. I said, atopic? She was like, yeah, the people who have it but don't know they got it. I said, asymptomatic? She was like, that's it. That's it. I was like, the goddamn education system has failed us all. Nobody even knows what they're talking about. But I don't know if that's been my time. But what else can we talk about? We can talk about scamming. I've been scammed by the government because I've just been filling out this form for money and nothing's come through. Somebody borrowed $1,200, never got it. I was supposed to get $600. That I lasted for a month and then it went away. I was like, I don't know what's going on. But clearly, they want me to resort to crime, and I'm here to let you know I am willing and able to do whatever I can to make this government proud. Okay? Yeah. I'd have stayed in LA and fought fires. I knew it was gonna be this bad. I swear to God. Listen, those guys have food, they have a shelter, and they got a job. I don't have a job. I've been jobless forever, man. But anyway, that's my time, everybody. I'm Ronaldo Evans. You guys have been great. Get out of here.
Best of the best. Well, that was the show, everyone. Got some hoes in this house. Got some hoes in this house.
All right, next up, we're going to be taking a look at a sneak peek at the Ronaldo Evans special that has been recorded but not yet released. That will be coming up here in 5 to 10 minutes. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Damn.
I miss you, Kristen. That was cool to see you.
Great job, everybody.
Yeah, definitely.
You guys... Dave's famous, everybody. Dave's famous.
So famous, I almost didn't get in this festival myself. Great job. I hadn't seen so many of you guys. That was a powerhouse lineup. Everybody killed it. Great stuff.
Good to see everyone. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Teddy. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody. I want to see this trailer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the late night show for the opening day of the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. Tonight we'll be talking to Joey Sylvester and Ronaldo Evans, who was our winner from last year's festival. Give it up for Ronaldo Evans.
Hey, hey guys. Hey, everybody.
Hey, Ronaldo. Thanks for joining us, everybody. So we're going to show a sneak peek of what's to come for Ronaldo's special, which Ronaldo was the winner of last year's Palm Springs International Comedy Festival. And we did an amazing hour. You guys have to check it out when it debuts later this year. but we're going to show you a few minutes of it. And Joey, the director, Joey Sylvester, is here to join us and talk to us about it. And Max is here somewhere. Where are you, Max? Max is here somewhere.
Max is here eating.
he's here eating, as usual. So why don't we?
I was muted somehow.
For necessary
I couldn't hear anything.
We're like, let's mute Max. He talks a lot. And where's Joey? Is Joey here?
I got muted too.
Okay. You got to unmute. We were all muted when we transferred to live. You got to.
Everyone keeps cutting out. I couldn't hear Paul either.
Oh, really? Oh, that's weird.
Couldn't hear Paul either.
Huh?
People
Crazy.
kept dropping out.
How's it? Is it fine now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So why don't we take a look at the clip?
Yay! Everybody's here.
Yeah, check it out.
That's when they filmed this.
My son could be president. I was like, nigga, no, he can't. He's stupid. I was like, dumb. He eating boogers in the corner right now. That nigga ain't gonna never be president. I'm so wavy, baby. I don't care what rappers have told you guys, okay? You see any rapper in skinny jeans, he is non-threatening, all right? Ain't nothing tough about a nigga in skinny jeans, okay? I can't fight nobody in these. I can't rob nobody. I drop my cell phone. You gonna have to pick it up for me, okay? Tight ass jeans.
Hey! I swear to God, Pornhubs are longer.
Well, it's a
I
sneak
didn't even have time to get it out, for God's sake.
I have to say it's pretty edgy, so that was another reason why we can only show a very short amount of time. But I promise you, when you watch it, that it's going to be very edgy. Have you on the floor?
Oh, it's hilarious. Yeah, you guys got to check it out. It's unlike any other comedy special like out there. Seriously, it's really unique, and it's in a small boutique comedy club, and he really, worked with the crowd, and it's something you've never seen. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the stuff you did with the crowd, we won't give anything away, but the stuff you did with the crowd is pretty hilarious. Max was there. You remember, huh, Max?
I remember. I can't repeat it. I'll get in trouble. I could do my version.
You got a crowd.
I could do my version. Faggot, please.
Yeah, it was a little edgy. Let's just say that.
It was hysterical. I almost peed myself. Thank God I brought the pens. There's not a 2-drink minimum. It's a 2 depends minimum.
Well, he really, him and the crowd really connected that night. So it was a great night to tape it, and we covered the hell out of it, and tried to keep him in focus because he was all over the fucking place. And but it's fucking awesome. Yeah, he did a great job, man. Yeah.
Dope.
I think you got to do another one, man.
Oh, hey, definitely. This after we come out of this, man, we're gonna have material for days. So,
oh yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You won't have any political stuff though to talk about.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
Too much political stuff.
Yeah, you did some political stuff in this one, and it's great. But yeah, I'm sure you're gonna have a ton more to speak about after this.
Oh man, it's gonna be fun.
What is quarantine like in Florida right now?
I mean, it's fun, man. When I drove back because I was gonna fly, and my mom, she was a flight attendant, and all her friends were like, "Don't get on the planes."
Right.
Safe.
Yeah.
So I drove, and I was driving across the country. I was like, "Oh, it's gonna be very bad in the South because nobody was wearing masks." I stopped in Texas. Everybody was out. Hey, it was like literally a party. People were 5 deep in their cars, drop tops. They were barbecuing. They didn't give a shit. And I was like, "Oh my God, this is going to be so bad." So then when the numbers spiked, I was like, "It's supposed to spike. They're still hanging out. They still think it's cool. They're like, it's summer." I'm like, "No, it's not summer. It's over." Go inside.
We're in
So
Florida. We're in Florida.
I'm in Jacksonville. I am in redneck heaven. I'm in redneck heaven.
Oh my God.
I'm an hour away from Daytona.
And how was that? How was
Huh?
redneck heaven?
What? Oh, I mean, if you're a comedian, it's terrific. But if you're a regular person, it's dangerous. Listen, I'm not voting for Trump, but goodness, if he doesn't win, I'm gonna have to bunker down for a couple of weeks to protect myself. I'll tell you that much. It's gonna be hell, man.
Are you gonna get out before November 3rd?
Oh man, listen, I would, but I gotta take care of my family. I'm like the oldest dude in my family. Cause when I came back, I got my grandmother a garden started.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do that joke tonight, but I started her a garden, and then she gave away all the food in the garden that I started. I was like, I'm really sick of you. That was for you to keep when times get
All
bad.
the food?
Yeah.
Oh my
She was
God.
like, it was a spoil. I was like, you can freeze it, you could cook it. She was like, oh, okay. So
Yeah.
I'm dealing with that.
Can it or whatever, right?
Yeah,
That's-
I'm dealing with a good Samaritan right now. He doesn't understand. Stop sharing. He's like, they're hungry. I'm like, they're supposed to be hungry. Let them starve, okay? You're my grandma, not them.
Yeah. Some people.
Teaching your family life skills.
Huh? Yeah, literally. I'm teaching life skills to an 80-something-year-old woman. Literally, Dave. Like,
Yeah.
goodness.
So when you go out on a date, how often do you leave the house? Or do you ever leave the house?
No, I leave the house. I go buy food. I go to the grocery store. Whole
So
Foods,
do you
I have to drive an hour to get to Whole Foods. But I
Oh,
do,
damn.
Yeah, but I do go to Whole Foods still because I'm a snob. Yeah. I put my EBT to good use. Whole Foods. Just rack it up on them. Give a shit. Oh, it's a kite, $8? I want it. Oh, excuse me, acai. A girl got on me about that. She's like, it's acai. I was like, I don't give a shit. It's high, okay? Yeah. So
And do you go out in your costume?
Oh, my hat? You know
Yeah.
what? I have both my hats. I think I've worn my hat like twice since I've been down here. 'Cause
Okay.
It's been obliterating hot. It has been
Yeah.
painfully
Really?
hot in Florida. So
Wow.
not too much hat wearing, but I do have like little cool skull caps and stuff I wear still.
Yeah, because that's your stage persona right there.
Oh
right?
yeah, this is my guy. When I'm out in public and doing anywhere around comedy, this is me. This is
Right.
my guy. This is
Desert cowboy.
Yeah, you gotta put this on. Let everybody know it's dangerous. It's danger time. So this is it.
Yeah.
But no,
So-
fun.
So we did like how long did we record him for? An hour and 20?
What
Joey?
the special?
Yeah. I don't know. Initially, how long did Ronaldo's
He
set
went.
go?
He went about 74 minutes.
Wow.
But there was dead time in there, and there was some stuff in there, so we cut it down a little bit, but it's smooth as butter now. It's as smooth as we could get it. It's that's our goal, basically.
What, like 50-something minutes now? What is 50-something minutes?
It's about 44.
Okay.
45.
This got to be just hit. This is bangers.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
You're knocking them out of the park left and right.
Oh goodness.
And you're playing with the crowd just enough, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because believe it or not, remember the girl on Portia
At the end. Oh yeah.
Believe it or not, that ran over 4 minutes, and there was just not the greatest coverage in that corner. It was really dark and not lit as well, and honestly, sometimes when you play stuff back, it's not as funny as it came off live.
Oh man.
Chemistry live with a stand-up comedian is different than filming a cinematic special.
Yeah.
It's just you're combining two different crafts together, and you got to make it work. So
it was one show, Dave. It was only one show, Dave. One shot, one take.
Full coverage.
Kobe.
One shot.
That's it.
One shot, one take, Dave.
awesome.
Kobe.
One take.
There you go.
Yeah.
And it was great. I mean, the audience was on the floor the
Oh,
whole
they were.
time.
fucking
Well, that's
great.
because you were too cheap to provide chairs.
Well, yeah, get ready. I mean, wherever this is going to be streaming, I mean, this is going to be a really entertaining show for people for sure.
Oh yeah, man. You say 44, I know. Oh my goodness. Proportion and extras. The bonus extras.
Yeah. I mean, if we could, yeah. I mean, it was dark though, but if we could figure it out.
I believe it. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I mean, yeah, you know, it might be good to do some little clips online here and there, but some of them are so hardcore too, you know.
Yeah. It was, I mean, I'm just happy we got enough. It was fun though. I had a great time.
And when you say hardcore, you mean what, Joey?
Well, I mean, I don't know if those, I've never seen some of that stuff online, you know, just being thrown around like that. Like maybe HBO, you know, you know.
Yeah.
It's just, there's always a lot. It's when you make a film, which we did in one take, there's gonna be stuff that doesn't work on the talent side, and there's gonna be some things that don't work on our side with lighting or focus or you know, things like that. And believe it or not, you know, when I watch it 1,000 times over and over and over, you really see what is gold and what's not gold, and what the editor thinks is garbage too. I'm sorry to say, but it just sometimes comes off, you know, as an editor, there's the garbage can, and then there's the can with the gold, and we played with as much gold as we could, you know.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, everybody was like, we don't like that joke. Throw it away. Comic nightmares, editors. Like, we're cutting that. Like, no!
Well, no, but it was always a mixture. You know, sometimes the cameras weren't catching you, you know, right, and it was a little sloppy, or you know, there's always gonna be that. I mean, if we shot all weekend and let you go 80 minutes all weekend, we probably would have caught, you know, fucking all 80 minutes of it, maybe.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, you know, but trust me, there was a lot of dead time in there that live you don't feel it, but when you're looking at a TV screen, you do.
Yeah,
you do feel it. You know, working the audience at home is a little different. So it's gonna be a
question. We got a question from Facebook. What got you to submit to the festival? I just like doing. Listen, I'm a believer in doing all comedy festivals. I believe in being seen by everybody. So no matter what kind of festival it is, no matter what the prize is, like I didn't even know there was a prize. Like I'm here to be seen and to do comedy. I just love comedy, so that's why I submitted. I had no idea that anybody was getting a chance to shoot a special or anything. It was just nothing. It was like, you want to do comedy? I'm like, all right. There's a festival. It's down the road. I'm going to try to get in it and see if I can win, because everything helps. You never know who's going to see you. So that's what I did it for.
Yeah, and we had comedians from all over the world who participated, and some from UK, some from Ireland, some from Japan, some from Canada, a lot from the US, whatever, 100 comedians. And then, you know, we saw you, we were like, oh my God, this guy's great. And then, you know, we had a bunch of judges, and everybody decided that you were the top of the cream of the crop.
Yeah.
And then you called me, you were like, where's my check? I was like, you should get it any day now.
I had bills, man. I had bills.
So you got a grand, and you got a special that should be out soon, and it's gonna be awesome. Like, for people to see what we saw in you, and this special is pretty revealing in terms of like who you are as a comedian. And even though we just showed a teeny tiny bit, and we'll show it again in a second, but you know, it really is. You're a very edgy comedian. I mean, I do safe stuff too, like, but I think the real true you is better, you know, when you're a little edgier, and it's all in there, and it's gonna be amazing. So I can't wait to see the whole thing myself.
Oh yeah, man, I'm excited. I really am.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, I've seen it 1,000 times, and I still think it's great, you know. And that is when you know there's something great there, you know, there's something brilliant there, and you know, and it, you know, it entertains, it turns you on. You know?
That's awesome. I mean, hey, at the end, you guys were happy. I was like, all right, I must have did good. Everybody seems happy.
Oh yeah, and creating the pacing, you know, you have a pacing of your show, and if I have to cut stuff out, I have to create a pacing still, and that's what our goal was, is to create just you telling a story, a beginning, a middle, and an end, and have it just wrapped up in a bow and feel good. And you know, it's tough when you change subjects sometimes, when you cut things out. You have to just you know, and your body position, or you're holding the mic in a different hand, or things like that. It's a, you know, it's a new genre for me, and you know, we did a fucking awesome job, but it's interesting, but it's interesting how it works, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, but yeah, there's gold in there, man. You know, you're a talented dude for sure, man.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I have a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dave.
So how's your life changed since you've done this special? Even with the lockdown, I mean, like, are the phones ringing? Like, hey, man, when we get off this lockdown, we got stuff. Like, how's your life?
Dave, listen, man. You and I both know how this industry works. I don't count any check until it's cashed and written. But things have been good. I mean, I won the special. I got a special out of that. That's helped with bookings a lot. I mean, every time I do a contest, whether I win, lose, or draw, because of the producers and who's in the room, it always helps elevate me just a bit. And you know, our industry, man, things come, they go, they're right there in the palm of your hand. You're like, it's mine, it's mine. And they're like, wait, the state's on fire. It's no longer yours. Go back to your room. And I'm like, ah. But I mean, you know, with this coming out, I'm excited because I feel like we can capture the moment and the heart of people, because nobody's able to film. And if you are able to film, you're filming with such a limited space, and it's so different that the interaction is still new to people. You know what I mean? Because like you saw the Dave special, and I know other people right now. I got friends who are shooting specials right now, and they're like, it's difficult because you got to have spacing, people wearing masks, so muffling the laughs. Like it's just, I'm just happy to have something that, you know, we can continue to keep progressing us forward and forward. Because, you know, in our industry, you got to stay relevant.
Yeah,
don't remind me.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna show his clip one more time, and then we're gonna wrap it up for tonight, and then we'll see you guys all tomorrow again.
Yeah.
From Facebook Live or Instagram Live or Twitch or through our festival website or whatever. But we're gonna show Ronaldo's clip again, and then we'll see you guys all tomorrow for day 2.
All right, guys.
My son could be president. I was like, nigga, no, he can't. He's stupid. I was like, dumb. He eating boogers in the corner right now. That nigga ain't gonna never be president. I'm so wavy, baby. I don't care what rappers have told you guys, okay? You see any rapper in skinny jeans, he is non-threatening, all right? Ain't nothing tough about a nigga in skinny jeans, okay? I can't fight nobody in these. I can't rob nobody. I drop my cell phone. You gonna have to pick it up for me, okay? Tight ass jeans.
Cowboy. Love it.
That's it for the Palm Springs International Comedy Festival, day 1.
All right, guys.
Later.
Great job. Good
We
stuff.
lived
Hey,
through
Jay,
it.
thank you,
Goodbye,
guys.
everybody.
Oh.